you know.
Let's see. Are we good? Yeah. How are we? Good. No more choppy? Sweet. Okay, yeah. I just had to restart my streaming program. Okay, where were we? Oh, right. Sleepy Joe, looking forward to you and Candy getting into it. I don't know where Candy is. Considering she's on like every stream, it would be weird if she decided not to show up. In the meantime, let's take a look at this. Have you guys heard about this? Did you see about this? This was very interesting to me. It sounds like there have been a couple dust-ups now between Elon and some of the cabinet members, specifically Marco Rubio. Now, obviously, we're getting these things through the grapevine, so we don't know. You know, Trump has said publicly, he's been like, nah, you know, it's getting blown out of proportion. But here is what we're hearing so far. Marco Rubio was incensed. Here he was in the cabinet room of the White House, Secretary of State seated beside the president and listening to a litany of attacks from the richest man in the world. Seated diagonally opposite across the elliptical mahogany table, Elon Musk was letting Mr. Rubio have it, accusing him of failing to slash his staff. You have fired nobody, Mr. Musk told Mr. Rubio, then scornfully added that perhaps the only person he had fired was a staff member from Mr. Musk's Department of Government Efficiency. Mr. Rubio had been privately furious with Mr. Musk for weeks, ever since his team effectively shuttered an entire agency that was supposedly under Mr. Rubio's control. The United States Agency for International Development, USAID. But in the extraordinary cabinet meeting on Thursday in front of President Trump and around 20 others, details of which have not been reported before, Mr. Rubio got his grievances off his chest. Mr. Musk was not being truthful, Mr. Rubio said. What about the more than 1,500 State Department officials who took early retirement in buyouts? Didn't they count as layoffs? He asked sarcastically whether Mr. Musk wanted him to rehire all those people just so he could make a show of firing. He asked sarcastically whether Mr. Musk wanted him to rehire all of those people just so he could make a show of firing them again. Then he laid out his detailed plans for reorganizing the State Department. Mr. Musk was unimpressed. He told Mr. Rubio he was good on TV, with the clear subtext being that he was not good for much else. Shots fired. Throughout all of this, the president sat back in his chair, arms folded, as if he were watching a tennis match. After the argument dragged on for an uncomfortable time, Mr. Trump finally intervened to defend Mr. Rubio as doing a, quote, great job. Mr. Rubio has a lot to deal with, the president said. He is very busy. He's always traveling and on TV, and he has an agency to run, so everyone just needs to work together. The meeting was a potential turning point after the frenetic first weeks of Mr. Trump's second term. It yielded the first significant indication that Mr. Trump was willing to put some limits on Mr. Musk, whose efforts have become the subject of several lawsuits and prompted concerns from Republican lawmakers, some of whom have complained directly to the president. Cabinet officials almost uniformly like the concept of what Mr. Musk set out to do, reducing waste, fraud, and abuse in government, but have been frustrated by the chainsaw approach to upending the government and the lack of consistent coordination. This is a sentiment that I hold myself. I think it's good. Who knew Marco had it in him, right? I think it's good. We should always be looking for waste, fraud, and abuse, right? We never want to see that shit in our government. One thing I usually say is I prefer the scalpel approach to the machete approach. Personally, I do think Musk has been sort of approaching this from the machete approach, and I would like to see it be a little bit more surgical. I think some of the side effects that we've had of that, of course, is all of the hiring, firing, rehiring, and so on, and a lot of this instability is affecting the market, I think, in negative ways. We also always want to see infighting with this administration. I'm not going to disagree. Thursday's meeting, which was abruptly scheduled on Wednesday evening, was a sign that Mr. Trump was mindful of the growing complaints. He tried to offer each side something by praising both Mr. Musk and his cabinet secretaries. At least one, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who has had tense encounters related to Mr. Musk's team, was not present. The president made clear he still supported the mission of the Musk initiative, but now was the time, he said, to be a bit more refined in its approach. Let's hope that translates. From now on, he said, the secretaries would be in charge. The Musk team would only advise. And, you know, I think for the most part, we're seeing a lot of that anyway now because, you know, we saw the OPM emails out to everybody saying like, okay, what are you doing? We're going to fire you if you don't respond to this thing and so on. And then, you know, the department's heads have sort of intervened and been like, well, no, we're going to decide who we get rid of. And it just sounds like he did overstep a little bit. Yep. It sounds like they're reining this in. From now on, he said the secretaries would be in charge. The Musk team would only advise. It's unclear what the long-term impact of the meeting will be. Mr. Musk remains Mr. Trump's biggest political financial supporter. Just this week, his super PAC aired $1 million worth of ads that said, "Thank you, President Trump." And Mr. Musk's control of the social media website X has made administration staff members and cabinet secretaries alike fearful that he will target them in public. But if nothing else, session laid bare the tensions within Mr. Trump's team, and the news of the sharp clashes spread quickly through the senior ranks of cabinet agencies after it was over. This account is based on interviews with 5 people with knowledge of the events. In a post on social media after the meeting, Mr. Trump said the next phase of his plan to cut the federal workforce would be conducted with a scalpel rather than a hatchet. Okay, there we go. A clear reference to Mr. Musk's scorched earth approach. Let's hope that's the case. Mr. Musk, who wore a suit and tie. Hey, he wore a suit and tie. Look at that. Isn't that special? To Thursday's meeting instead of his usual t-shirt after Mr. Trump publicly ribbed him about his sloppy appearance, defended himself by saying that he had 3 companies with a market cap of tens of billions of dollars and that his results spoke for themselves. I don't know if that's the best. Look, maybe you could point to Tesla and say, okay, that is an example of a really well-valued company that has grown over time. But on the other hand, you have X, which I believe is still way under than what he bought it at, right? And beyond that, you also have the fact that market cap doesn't always necessarily translate directly to actual value, actual revenue, and the company itself. So I don't know, that can be a point in his favor, that could be a point against his favor. But, I can see why he brought it up. But he was soon clashing with members of the cabinet. Just moments before the blow-up with Mr. Rubio, Mr. Musk and the Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy went back and forth about the state of the Federal Aviation Administration's equipment for tracking airplanes, what kind of fix was needed. Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, jumped in to support Mr. Musk. Mr. Duffy said the young staff of Mr. Musk's team was trying to lay off air traffic controllers. What am I supposed to do, Mr. Duffy said. I have multiple plane crashes to deal with now, and your people want me to fire air traffic controllers. Yeah, this is probably the worst time to be doing that, honestly. Mr. Musk told Mr. Duffy that his assertion was a lie. Mr. Duffy insisted it was not. He had heard it from them directly. Mr. Musk, asking who had been fired, said, "Give me their names, tell me their names." Mr. Duffy said there were not any names because he had stopped them from being fired. At another point, Mr. Musk insisted that people hired under diversity, equity, and inclusion programs were working in control towers. Mr. Duffy pushed back, and Mr. Musk did not add details, but said during the longer back and forth that Mr. Duffy had his phone number. He should call him if he had any issues to raise. Yeah, it sounds like Elon's going to be using DEI as sort of a catch-all for okay, you're going to criticize me for firing these people while we're going after DEI. Well, that seems to be the case of how they're doing it already. It's sort of like a catch-all for everything I don't like is going to be DEI or waste, fraud, and abuse. Those are the 2 catch-alls. The exchange ended with Mr. Trump telling Mr. Duffy that he had to hire people from MIT as air traffic controllers. These air traffic controllers need to be geniuses, he said. I don't think they need to be geniuses. They just need to be really well trained in what they're doing. I mean, like, most anybody could probably be an air traffic controller as long as they learn well and, you know, don't buckle to stress. Because ATC has been, like, historically understaffed since, like, the 80s. The exchange ended with Mr. Trump telling Mr. Duffy that he had The Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Doug Collins, has been dealing with one of the most politically sensitive challenges of all of the cabinet secretaries. Mr. Musk's cuts will affect thousands of veterans. Yeah. Powerful constituency and a core part of the Trump base. Mr. Collins made the point that they should not wield a blunt instrument, cleave off everyone from the VA. They needed to be strategic about it. Mr. Trump agreed with Mr. Collins, saying they ought to retain the smart ones, get rid of the bad ones. Yeah, this is a really bad issue for them right now. I mean, we're looking at they're saying incoming some 75,000. Now, I don't know, you know, how accurate that number is going to be once it's all said and done. But some 75,000 firings from the VA. A lot of people are super worried about that. In response to a request for comment from the New York Times, Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, said in a statement, as President Trump said, this was a great and productive meeting amongst members of his team to discuss cost-cutting measures and staffing across the federal government. Everyone is working as one team to help President Trump deliver on his promise to make our government more efficient. Honestly, though, Carol, like, they could be choking each other out in a cabinet meeting, and that is exactly what Caroline Leavitt would say. Tammy Bruce, spokeswoman for the State Department, responded, Secretary Rubio considered the meeting an open and productive discussion with a dynamic team that is united in achieving the same goal, making America great again. A Department of Veterans Affairs spokesman said, as President Trump has said, it's important to increase efficiency and reduce bureaucracy while keeping in place the best and most productive federal employees. Yep, that is indeed MAGA, SleepyJoe. VA is working with DOGE and the rest of the administration to do just that. In a post on X on Friday, Mr. Duffy praised Mr. Trump and the work Mr. Musk's team is doing and said it was an effective cabinet meeting. He added that the DEI department at the FAA was eliminated on day 2. Look, let's say that was true. Let's say there was tons of DEI hiring at the FAA. The optics of cutting air traffic controllers at the FAA right now, I feel is like pretty crazy. What you should probably be doing, and if you're like looking at these, you know, if you're looking at all these people who have been hired by the FAA and you're saying, well, these people aren't qualified, right? Which just because they might be, quote, DEI hires doesn't necessarily mean they're not qualified. But let's say you're finding people who are not qualified who are working in the job. You should be finding people to replace them before you fire them, because air traffic controllers is not something you want to fuck with. We're seeing all of these aircraft incidents right now. It's just not super great optics, in my opinion. And that Mr. Trump's approach of a scalpel versus a hatchet and better coordination between secretaries and DOGE is the right approach to revolutionizing the way our government is run. Mr. Musk, Mr. Musk, who later claimed on X that the cabinet meeting was very productive, seemed far less enthused inside the room. He aggressively defended himself, reminding the cabinet secretaries that he had built multiple billion-dollar companies from the ground up and knew something about hiring good people. Sounds a little defensive. Most cabinet members did not join the fray. Mr. Musk's anger directed at Mr. Rubio in particular seemed to catch people in the room by surprise. One person with knowledge of the meeting said. Another person said Mr. Musk's caustic responses to Mr. Duffy and Mr. Rubio seemed to deter other cabinet members, many of whom have privately complained about the Musk team from speaking, but it remains to be seen how long this new arrangement will last. Sounds like there's a little bit of trouble in paradise. We will see what happens. I do know from my own sources that things inside some of these departments are a little crazy. People are kind of in shock. Specifically in the State Department, there was a minute right after things were happening where like there wasn't a lot of stuff getting done because everybody was just kind of like, we don't know what to do. We don't know what's going to happen. Things are starting to sort of wind up again, at least in the State Department. But, that's probably one of our most important parts of the executive branch. So the quicker we can get that up and running, the better. But yeah, that was something I was reading about today, and I thought it would be cool to share with you guys. Still waiting on candy. It would be very ironic if, yeah, big dub. We'll see. We'll see, my friend. Look, I think expanding like the Office of the Government Accountability Office, probably a good idea, right? Making sure that we're being more transparent about how we're finding, waste, fraud, and abuse is probably a good thing. Do I think Elon is the guy for it, personally? No. I feel like after what he did with Twitter, I don't really have a lot of confidence in him. I would prefer to see people, who have not only experience with this, specifically with like rooting out wastes of money in government, but who also have experience in government, so they understand like the ins and outs of what parts of government are crucial, what parts are not, how to go about these layoffs over time, so it's not like a shock to the system. Because right now, I think a lot of what we're seeing in the markets is a reflection of the sort of instability and uncertainty we're seeing from like these big layoffs and these sort of back and forths, and that's not really going to be that good for anybody. So that's what I'm thinking about Elon. Obviously we're still at the beginning, right? It's just a month or so in, and so things could change, things could get better. We don't know, but that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at on that right now. Let's see. Other things to talk about. Market had a small rally at the end of the day today on, I think it was strong IBM numbers. So that was good, but on the week, we're still down like around just under 1,200 points, if I remember correctly. Let me double check. On the week, 1,186 points down on the Dow. So that's kind of what I'm talking about. The back and forth instability. 44 days out of 1,461. Yep, Mooch. Buckle up, right? It's gonna be a wild one. So have you guys been? I don't know if you guys have been following some of this back and forth between Trump and Trudeau, but it sounds like they had a pretty heated phone call the other day. And again, these are just reports coming from others, so we don't know how real it is, but apparently Trump was yelling at him, swearing at him, all of that kind of stuff. And it, Governor JT, and it does appear that Trudeau is not going to back down on these tariffs, on the retaliatory tariffs. So Trump put the tariffs on Canada. Canada instated the retaliatory tariffs. Trump decided, okay, we're going to ease off on some of the tariffs and do another reprieve for about a month. But it seems like this time Canada said, well, we're not taking off the tariffs. If this is a negotiating tactic, it seems like they're calling his bluff. We'll see what happens. I think Trump just announced today that he's looking at some more widespread tariffs against Canada. So we're going to be going straight into the trade war. I saw he threatened 250% tariff on dairy. That's obviously really concerning with grocery prices the way they are. So hopefully we'll find a way to work that out so that doesn't get worse. Moving on to Ukraine. A couple things were pretty concerning to me. We saw, in addition to the pausing of military aid, he's also paused intelligence sharing with Ukraine. I guess I'm not surprised, but, that's obviously putting our, dare I say, ally in a pretty precarious position. So yeah, not super happy about that. And today this is just more of a rhetoric thing. Here, let me pull up this article rather than just talk about it. Okay. So today, Trump characterized Russia's new wave of attacks on Ukraine as what anybody would do. I don't like that one. I don't like that one very much at all. That's pretty bad. I don't think we should be saying that kind of rhetoric that legitimizes, again, an invasion on a sovereign nation. And yeah, I'm not too happy about that. He also said that, right here, I'm finding it more difficult, frankly, to deal with Ukraine, and they don't have the goods. They don't have the goods. In terms of getting a final settlement, it may be easier dealing with Russia. But that's the thing, man. If you're going to give Russia everything they want, and you're not going to give Ukraine any security guarantees, which is kind of like a red line, like a really hard stop point for Ukraine, for what I think are pretty obvious reasons. I know other people have different opinions, but it seems to me like Ukraine has some pretty clear and obvious reasons as to why they need security guarantees. I don't know how many times Putin has broken ceasefire deals, so that seems like a hard stop for them. But yeah, if you're giving Russia everything at once and basically giving Ukraine nothing, I don't understand why you think Ukraine's going to be coming to the table, ready to make a deal with that. So that's what that situation is. Meanwhile, it seems like the EU is going to be engaging in their own negotiations with Ukraine to try to strike some sort of peace deal, as they also look to up their defense spending. And while I do think it's good for, Europe to up its defense spending in general, right? We shouldn't just constantly rely on the United States and NATO. We do lose a good bit of our soft power with that change. And I, for one, like an American-led hegemony, personally. So, the other piece of news, Trump could care less about Ukraine. He only cares that it's costing us money to support them. Yep. I mean, I'm inclined to agree with that point of view. I don't even know. I mean, considering he's one of the highest deficit spending presidents in history, I don't know if he cares that much about the money that we're spending in principle. I think he just, personally, and this is me being a bit, looking into it a little conspiratorial in a sense, I think he just doesn't like Ukraine because they didn't get him the info he wanted on Biden, that the phone call got leaked and he got impeached for it. I think it's more about that than necessarily the money, because he's simultaneously proposing a tax cut that's going to continue to raise our deficit. Yeah. Other piece of news I wanted to look at was, what was it? Oh, right. Let me pull it up. So, a judge has now ordered that for God's sake. Keep asking me for money. Okay. So, judge has now ordered that Trump administration has to pay the debts to USAID partners by Monday. Oh, for goodness sake. It's like he's looking at us. It's like, what are you talking about? A federal judge ordered the administration to pay what is owed to at least 9 aid groups that sued after Trump paused all the U.S. foreign assistance. So if you haven't been following this, This was the one that Judge Ali, I think it's Ali is his name, ordered them to pay. It was some $2 billion. Then the Supreme Court did a temporary pause, and then, as yours truly fucking predicted, in a 5-4 ruling, where Barrett and Roberts voted with the liberals, he had to. That seems fine. If they did the work, they should get paid. I agree. And also, I mean, and Sleepy, I would go on to say also, the big thing here, of course, is this is congressionally appropriated funds, and Congress has the power of the purse. And that's just the way it is. Like Trump can make cuts. I'm not going to have I might have, issues with some of the cuts he makes from like a policy and political perspective, but I won't have them from a legal perspective if he makes those cuts through Congress and through passing a bill, right? That's where I'm at. And it seems like right now, the legal system is pushing back enough where they're starting to sort of accept the fact that in order for them to make these cuts, they're going to have to do a lot of it through Congress. But yeah, so the Supreme Court ruled 5-4 that they would have to pay these things out to I think it was USAID, funds to at least 9 groups, including Global Health Council, Chemonics International, and the AIDS Vaccine Advocacy Coalition. Yeah, this is the $2 billion. So they're trying this stuff. Legal system is pushing back as it should. It's working as it should, as it's intended. And then, hopefully they get pushed enough where they realize that, okay, we can't just go around cutting congressionally appropriated funds. We have to do this through Congress, which is the proper way. And then, we can fight it out in reconciliation. And, then I can bitch about it, but I can bitch about the policy, but I can't bitch about the legality, right? So that's it. And that was kind of like my big news things I noticed over the last couple days. Still waiting on Candy to show up. Let me see. Sleepy, if you want to, if at any point you want to just jump in and chat with me for a bit too, you're welcome to do that. Otherwise, what other news we got? If there's anything you guys want me to take a peek at, throw it in late chat. Oh yeah, we had a big Starship explosion, a minor setback, which that's fine. Like if anybody's like a big space nerd like I am, this kind of shit happens. She probably ran away when she realized I was serious. I don't know, man, because like she was really gung-ho about it. She really wanted to do it. She was saying the same thing about you not being able to make it the other day. And so, I don't know. I just sent her a message. We'll see if she's ready to go. And normally she doesn't come on Fridays because normally I'm gaming with my friends. But I know y'all were talking earlier, right? So yeah, we had an explosion of a starship. And yeah, like I said, for anybody who's like a big space nerd, space fan of NASA, fan of space things, I know a lot of people are, the whole thing is ridiculous, honestly. She was acting like a crazed liberal. Well, I mean, I'm a liberal, but not really. I try to stay even keeled, right? I try to be as realistic as I can. Well, thank you, bud. I appreciate that. So yeah, if you're like into space shit, rockets explode sometimes, right? I generally, while I may have my opinions on Musk, I generally have a pretty positive view of SpaceX. I think it's doing pretty great work. And yeah, that's been my view for a long time. I'm all about space exploration. I'm all about science. Big astrophysics nerd, and so yeah, we expect these kinds of things. He says the next ship will be ready in 4 to 6 weeks, so then we'll see what happens with that. But yeah, that was I saw Asman was actually watching this live. Had a bit of a funny moment when it blew up. He's like, "Uh-oh, that's not normal," because you can see the from their own cameras. You can watch it. Oh, let me see if I can find it. Actually, it's an interesting video. As you can see the rocket spin out of control. We might need to take a look at the DEI inside SpaceX. Oops. Okay. Let's see. Okay, cool. This is pretty cool. Spooky music. All right, let's... Yeah, look at that. Whenever I see something that looks like this, if any of you guys were around in, or can remember, like, I don't know how old all y'all are, but in 2003, seeing something like this, no matter what, anytime I see like a rocket break up in the sky, it always makes me think of the Columbia disaster. Because I was a kid and I remember watching that on TV. It was so sad. Alright, so let's see. So we'll jump ahead here.
Coming up now on hot staging, the ship's engines will...
There, which is exactly what we would expect for it to do as the booster gets itself configured for the landing here. Now, meanwhile, Starship will continue to coast after it reaches orbit for about 40 minutes or so up to an altitude of 214 kilometers, but it's still got a ways to go there, currently accelerating past 7,500 kilometers per
there's
hour
the little
velocity. And just look at those
there's
great
the little
views of
catching
the booster coming back.
thing
The Gulf
that
coastline
catches
there
it on
just
the
looks
little
absolutely gorgeous.
whatever the fuck it's called when it lands. Wow.
And there
very
we hear
scientific.
Nominal trajectories all around. And Dan and Kate, we're at 5 minutes, 15 seconds.
Oh, they're clapping.
Into the flight. Everything looking good for the Super Heavy and for Starship today. What's it like there at Starbase as we get ready to catch?
It was incredible, Chris, to be able to see the mock diamonds with my own eyes. That was amazing. We are standing by for return of booster back to the launch tower. We have heard that we are go for the catch of the booster.
Yeah, this coming from one of our long-range tracking cameras, we're able to see the hot stage separate and fly away. So coming up in just about 30 seconds, we're going to look for the landing burn. We're going to command those 13 inner and middle ring engines to turn on. 13 initially, they bleed off all of that velocity.
I've flown one of these in Kerbal Space Program.
Supersonic speeds, eventually moding down to only 3 engines for that precision flight into the tower.
Right now, booster using its 4 hypersonic grid fins to help guide itself through this atmospheric entry back for its precision landing at the launch site.
Okay, so this is the booster. The booster landed fine. It was the Starship itself that broke up. So let's...
With that final precision burn on the 3 engines,
they've gotten pretty good at that.
For the tower catch, so booster caught. Meanwhile, keeping an eye on ship. Still got 6 Raptors burning. Those are going to continue for about another minute until we'll get to the Starship engine cutoff. Really cool view. Again, a million shout-outs.
3
to
out of
all
3
our
booster
avionics
catches.
team
Yeah,
who
I mean, it's really
makes
impressive.
These cameras possible for us. That's looking right down inside, essentially the skirt area of ship, where you can see a pretty good view of all 6 Raptors, especially those 3 inner ones, one of which we're going to hopefully relight a little bit later.
Oh, there we go. Out of control. Loss of control.
And we just saw some engines go out.
There
it looks
is.
like we are losing attitude control of the ship.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, everything's a reference frame, right? When you're like flying in a vacuum, Marvorn, how well do you understand like orbital dynamics?
So we're still getting video down from the ship. You can see we've lost several engines and we've lost attitude control of the vehicle. So we'll continue to stick with it.
I would laugh if I said America.
For those of you that have...
let me kind of give you an idea of why you have to go really, really fast. And I love explaining this to people. This is a really cool way to think of it, right? So let's just make a little circle. Okay. This is the Earth. And in order to kind of give you the idea, I'll do this. Let's say we're standing on the surface of the Earth, right? Yeah, right. There it is. This is flat because of perspective. Let's say you're standing in terrible stick figure, right? You're standing here. Terribly proportioned stick figure, retard stick figure. I'm not good at drawing, but that's not what matters. Let's say you've got a ball, right? If you throw it up, it falls right back down, right? If you throw it forward, it goes to the same height and falls down. Still takes about the same amount of time, but it falls there. Now let's say you throw it even farther. Same thing, right? It's farther, and the farther it goes, the longer it takes, and the farther it, the farther away it falls down. So let's say you're standing right here. You throw a ball there. Oh, it falls down there, right? You throw a ball here. And each time you're throwing it faster to get it to go farther. But let's say you could throw a ball so far and so fast that the rate at which it falls is equal to the rate at which to the rate of the curve of the Earth. Well, what would happen is as it's falling, it would just continue falling around the Earth, right? Because it would be moving horizontally fast enough that the downward motion due to gravity wouldn't actually pull it down to the surface of the Earth fast enough for it to actually fall to the ground. It would just keep going around because the curve of the Earth is the same as the rate at which it's falling. So that's what orbit is. That's how orbit works. So that's why when you have a rocket that launches, whenever you see a rocket launch, you notice like how it starts up straight and then it starts to turn, right? And the reason is that it's going to launch upwards and then it's going to start to accelerate sideways. So it can reach the velocity so that eventually it can turn its engines off and just coast, because obviously there's no air resistance in space, or very minimal air resistance depending on how far you are, and just coast around on that velocity that it now has. And that's how you get to orbit. So yeah, 20,000 kilometers an hour, it's got to be really, really fucking fast because the Earth is really, really fucking big. And yeah, that's how orbits work. Fun shit. This is my first MS Paint demonstration of something on my stream, and you guys were here for it. How fun. Oh, have you guys been following this this Gene Hackman thing? This is crazy. This is so sad. Yeah, so she had a rare infection. It turns out she died like a week before he did. But apparently, yeah, he had like really bad Alzheimer's, which contributed to his death from heart disease. So probably what happened is like she got sick and she died. And then he was so super Alzheimer'd out that he didn't like call the police or do anything like that. And eventually like his heart disease got to him because, you know, she wasn't there to take care of him. Super sad, man. Virus linked to rodents. Yeah, real sad, dude. And they're a reclusive couple, so like people weren't really coming out to see them or anything. And run a series of errands on February 11th, but the authorities could find no evidence of any activity after that, suggesting that she could have died that day. Mr. Hackman, he's 95, believed to have died about a week later. Found on the floor of the mudroom in the couple's home near his cane, while Ms. Arakawa was found on a bathroom floor beside a counter with common medications scattered about that investigators later determined did not play a role in her death. They were not discovered until February 26th when a maintenance worker arrived at the couple's home east of Santa Fe and grew worried when no one answered the door. The crazy thing is, like, when I first heard about, like, the medicine being, like, scattered all over the place, me and other people justifiably were like, yo, did they have like some sort of weird suicide pact or something? Because like, you know, you show up, you see a lady on the floor of the bathroom with like medicine all around her, and you're thinking, oh fuck, what happened? But I guess it just turned out this weird confluence of factors. You know, her dying of hantavirus, which I've never heard before, that is contracted through exposure to excrement from rodents, particularly the deer mouse in New Mexico. Flu-like symptoms, progressing to shortness of breath, as well as cardiac and lung failure. Damn. And then, yeah, he had Alzheimer's, and, you know, when you have Alzheimer's, you kind of don't know how to deal with shit. And so, that's really sad. But, yeah, that was a crazy thing. Crazy thing that happened. What else we got going on? First firing squad execution in 15 years happened today. In South Carolina. Last time was in Utah. Yeah. South Carolina inmate chose this method because of his concerns about lethal injection. Inmate Brad Sigmund, 67, was declared dead at 6:08 p.m. after a firing squad shot 3 bullets at the target placed over his heart. A judge had ordered Mr. Sigmund, who was convicted of beating his ex-girlfriend's parents to death with a baseball bat in 2001. Jesus. Yeah, that is true. Yeah. To choose from 3 methods of execution: lethal injection, electrocution, or firing squad. You know, with all this shit that's happened with, like, lethal injection, I've heard that the electric chair, while it looks super barbaric, is not, like, super inhumane, and that people kind of lose consciousness really quickly. I don't really know that. I'm, like, working off some shit I might have read ages ago. But, I mean, I'd take a bullet over the chair. Shit. I'd probably go with lethal injection because, honestly, I just want you to, like, put me out. I mean, yeah, it wouldn't be bad. But it could. Like, what do they miss? What if they miss? I mean, Fitty got shot, what, like 9 times? And he was fine. According to 3 reporters who witnessed the execution, Mr. Sigmund took several deep breaths before the shots were fired. After he was shot, his chest rose and fell about 2 times, and his arm stiffened. Yeah, the botched executions from lethal injection. That's why they don't have like 5 people shooting at you and 1 gun That's why don't they have like 5 people shooting at you and 1 gun unloaded? Yeah, and the unloaded gun is so like none of you know exactly who is the one. It kills you dead instantly. It would be mostly painless. Yeah. So I don't know, like 5 people shooting at you. Yeah. So like they do that, I guess, so that you don't know who it was who killed you, right? None of them know who was the one who pulled the trigger who actually killed the person. Which is chill. That's nice, right? Like, for doing executions. That could be a lot worse. You know, you could just have all of them knowing. At least you could be like, no, I don't know, maybe I was the one with the blank. So, you know, for having to kill somebody for the state, that's a nicety of them. How do we all feel? How do we in chat all feel about capital punishment? I'm curious. Not a fan. Okay. I'm against it. Okay, that's fair. So in the past, I have been very, very against capital punishment, and I think in most cases I still am. But I don't know. After watching a lot of true crime shit, sometimes I'm like, nah, this motherfucker should probably go. Like on some of the really more extreme ones. But like at the same time, that's something I'm definitely movable on. Who is innocent? Shouldn't it be a thing still? Yeah, and that's exactly the reason why I'm like movable on that. And I've heard good arguments on it too. And I'm just like, if you want to call yourself civilized society, killing people seems contradictory. And like in general, I agree. But then, there's like people like John Wayne Gacy and like Ted Bundy and like Timothy McVeigh. And I feel like, is it really... The costs of it are definitely a thing. But I feel like, is it really so terrible to get rid of people like that? Like the worst of the worst of the worst? I don't know. From a moral standpoint, I don't know. Of course, on one side, it's like, well, it's just retribution, right? And that doesn't really do anything good for anybody. And I get that. And I might agree. But also, like, damn, some of these people are... we have a social contract. If you want to live in society, are there things that you can send them to an island, only have a few weapons there, and put it on CCTV, right? The George Carlin answer, right? Put a bunch of them together, let them fuck around and find out with each other. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of really great arguments against it. And really the only argument I have for it is like, man, some of these people are fucking terrible. But I feel like how terrible those people are maybe makes it equal. I don't know. Like I said, I'm movable on this one. I'm definitely movable on this one. I'm not super hardcore on it. Yeah. Read by his lawyer, Mr. Sigmund said he wanted his message to be one of love and a calling to my fellow Christians to help us end the death penalty. Nowhere does God in the New Testament give man the authority to kill another man, he said in the statement. I like how he said the New Testament, because that shit is all over the Old Testament. And I was raised Jewish. And like, there's a lot of fucking murdering and killing in the Torah. Yeah, the child crimes where they are guilty beyond a reasonable doubt hit hard. That's what I'm talking about, man. Like John Wayne Gacy, like, is one that I'm thinking of in particular. Or like mass murderers, right? Like Timothy McVeigh. Or like the September 11th plotters, right? Like, and they didn't even kill them. So yeah, I don't know. It's a tough discussion, right? I feel like the death penalty is a much tougher discussion than something like euthanasia. I feel like for me, morally, euthanasia is pretty straightforward, right? Like if somebody has a shit quality of life and they want to kill themselves, like, you should be entitled to that, right? I posed this question to my friend the other day, and I just thought it was an interesting one. It might not be interesting. It might be really stupid, but if somebody on death row is terminally ill and wants a euthanasia, like a choice of euthanasia, and the state carries it out, does that count as an execution? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Probably not, right? Okay. Any other people? Yeah. So they're looking at dismantling the Department of Education. Obviously, we know that. I wonder what... Because they're talking about, like, trillions of dollars in student loans in question. What are they going to do with all of that? Are they just going to sell it off to private loans? And then will, like, the protections on student loans, like deferment and forbearance and stuff like that, go away? I think that's going to cause a lot of problems if they do that, but I don't really know. Roughly 40% of the loans are currently delinquent or behind in payment. All right. See you later, buddy. I'm every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, same time, 4 hours. Always welcome to come on. Yeah, definitely. I don't know what happened. And normally there's more people jumping in chat, in my voice chat, also talking about things, but not a super. I was hoping this to be a bit of a more lively day, but you know, hey, things go as they go. We'll see you next time, buddy. Thanks for coming. So yeah, I don't really know what to make of how those things are going to go down. I hope it doesn't fuck everything up. If it does, that would suck, people. You're on your way to Destiny Orbiter status. I hope so, bro. I hope so. Were my takes good? Or did I sound like a retard? We'll find out. I would love to. Awesome, man. Awesome. Well, I'll keep doing it. You know, always feel free to invite people to come and watch. And if you want to jump in my Discord server, if you ever want to jump on the voice chat as well, my Discord link is in my bio, for sure. All right, let's see. Sound better. Destiny's screeching. Well, it's because I stay calm. Right? I keep it calm. Yeah, welcome to the Discord server, Mike. I do this GIF for everybody who joins. Wait, here we go. Welcome board. Everyone who joins gets the same GIF. And that's right. I say it with a soft G sound. Fight me. Sleepy, if you want to jump in and just chat with me for a while, you're welcome to, by the way. Maybe if she actually sees you in the in the voice chat, she'll join. Candy, what are you doing? You were talking the big game, and where are you? Jeebs. Agency has been able to provide communications to schools, staff, servicers, or borrowers about how to navigate the changes that are coming, and many staffers with institutionalized knowledge about the aid programs been fired or left. Education department employees, like those at other federal agencies, received Elon Musk-inspired fork in the road emails in January saying they could stop working and still get paid if they resign as of September 30th. Then this past weekend, the department offered certain employees buyouts of up to $25,000. Yeah, they're definitely looking. While the total amount of U.S. student loan debt has increased over time, it's become a smaller share of overall household debt. Fraction percent. Okay, but like. Yeah, I mean our education system is so expensive that this is like really this is going to be really difficult for people. I think 1.5 trillion. Yeah. I don't know what is going to happen with all of that. I don't know how they're going to manage that. If they're just going to give it to private loan operators, that's going to put a lot of people underwater. Offline in a few minutes. I have to head to the office to get your other laptop work. All right, Sleepy. Well, we tried, buddy. Maybe next time. Hopefully next time she will be here. I don't know what happened. She was all hyped up about it. She was messaging me like, wow, I'm going to destroy Sleepy Joe. You were saying the same kind of shit, and I was really looking forward to it. Puggy even said she was going to come in and watch. I was so excited. But, yeah, I don't know. Maybe next time. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know what we're going to do with all that debt. They're certainly just not just going to cancel it. That wouldn't be very... Candy destroying without laughing emojis only. No comment. They're not just going to cancel it. That's for sure. That's not something that a Trump administration I think would do. But yeah, I don't know. Shutting down the Department of Education is crazy to me. These student loans, government student loans, have been so good for us, and we're already sagging in math and science education, and it would suck for us to lag further behind. Oh man, I just wonder if we'll ever be able to reverse a lot of the damage that I think Trump's administration is going to do. Some of this stuff is going to be so difficult to fix unless, the Democrats in 26 come with a huge congressional mandate, and then in 28, continue that mandate, strong mandate with a Democratic presidency, and then just sort of reinstitute a lot of this shit. But the problem is, all of this instability, something that Destiny has said a number of times in the past, the fact that we go back and forth every 4 years now. How are world markets going to be able to trust us? They're supposed to rely on the dollar being stable. The dollar has been stable for so long because we've been able to continuously maintain certain types of norms. So, I don't know, man. Oh, also, the markets, yeah, specifically about the flailing markets. The NASDAQ is now officially in correction territory. But I don't know if it's fair to call it a correction. Because I do think, a correction is usually used to describe like an overinflated market that is essentially correcting for inflated prices, right? It's sort of resetting to more appropriate pricing. But I don't think that's what's happening right now. I think we're seeing like lack of confidence in the American economy, lack of and the tariffs, of course, causing widespread uncertainty. So yeah, that's where that is. That's where those markets are. Outlooks are not great. Last time I talked about the Atlanta Fed and their recession and contraction predictions. I don't know if Tiny was talking about that at all. We've at least improved up to 2.4%, negative 2.4% instead of negative, 2.8%. So, yeah.
Why are you by yourself?
Girl! I can't believe you got here right now, Sleepy Joe. We've been waiting on you. He had to go.
Lies.
No, I swear to God, look at the chat. He's been in the chat. Chat, back me up. Back me up, chat. We had an audience. We were waiting for you. Oh.
I don't see anything in the chat.
I'm Arvorn. Back me up here. We were waiting for you. Oh no.
What? Lies.
Let me message Sleepy, see if we can still get him on somehow. Hang on. I'm gonna send him a Discord message real quick.
How do you... Oh, never mind. He actually showed up?
Yeah, he's been in the chat. He just had to leave to go to work to get his other laptop. Let me see if maybe he can get on mobile or something.
Was he talking about shit?
Oh, yeah. Because he thought you were backing out. We were all like, where are you?
Oh, shit. I fell asleep. I passed out.
No.
Did you tell him I wasn't expecting him to show?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. We were like, kind of like, where'd you go? Yeah, he was here. He said he was going to be here. And Puggy said she was going to come and watch. And we got Buckeye Mike and Amar Vorn. They're here. I passed 50 followers. I'm at 53 now. I was at 49 on our last time. I got 4 more. We're moving forward. Making progress on the way to 75. And then I can finally start to monetize. Woo. Oh, no. We'll see. Hopefully he jumps on. We'll see. But let's see. We were talking about... What?
I see the chat. Okay, I see the chat.
Yeah, you see it now. Yeah.
Hi, Daniel.
Hey, buddy.
And Buckeye Mike was here? Or is he still there?
Buckeye Mike is here. Amar Vorn. So, yeah, we had people... It was lively up in chat, y'all.
I thought for sure Jer would be here.
Jeremy? No, they can't make it tonight.
And Steele and stuff. So I was like, he did. I thought, okay, so first off, I said, I don't think he's going to show. So, okay, I didn't think that. And then And then I thought, okay, well, the guy's he's gonna be playing games anyway, so I wasn't really.
Nah. No games today. Y'all said you were gonna debate. I'm not putting the games on when y'all said you were gonna debate. Oh man. Yeah, this is gonna be content, Candy. Content. I guess we'll have to move it for Monday, maybe then, if he's not gonna show up. Or if he's not going to come back, yeah. Man. Oh, my God. It was like right after he left, too.
Really?
Yeah, yes. I'm talking like it couldn't have been more than 10 minutes.
Wow. I'm like, I woke up, I went to the bathroom. I was like, damn, let me check on Jordan. So I checked to see the chat, and I was like, wait, you're by yourself? What the fuck?
Yeah. Well, we were waiting. We were waiting on you, Candy. We were waiting on you.
Jeremy, Jeremy.
No, not tonight. Steele, I don't know what Steele's doing, but I know Jeremy and Ashley they're in Portland right now, so. Yeah. Ugh. We talked about a bunch of shit, too. We already talked about a bunch of shit.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, anything you want to talk about? What were you guys going to be debating about anyway?
Jobs back. I'm happy about that.
Huh?
People got their jobs back. I'm happy about that.
People are getting their jobs back. USAID money has to be paid out. That's one thing. $2 billion of it. What else were we talking about? I mean, there was a whole bunch of shit. I read a whole article from the New York Times about how Musk and cabinet people, when the soccer dude was with Trump at the crypto meeting, maybe it was just me. I don't know. Drop a link, Amar Form. We'll watch it.
Trump was supposed to have a meeting, but they also said something about like they're not happy with Elon or something.
Yeah, they're not happy with Elon. It seems like, especially he and Marco Rubio got into like a big argument about it in the cabinet meeting, and because Elon's like, you're not firing enough people. And Marco is basically like, bro, fuck off. I'll decide who gets fired or not. And apparently after this, Trump is now saying, like, he's pulling Elon back a little bit.
Yeah, because he's hearing the backlash from it. But again, it's not that what he's doing, it's how they're doing it. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Everybody says that. It's like, we don't have a problem with you getting rid of shit that we shouldn't be spending money on, right? Like waste, fraud, and abuse and all that shit. But that's not really what you're doing. What you're doing is you're just hacking off parts of the government without, like, even thinking about what they are. It's just shit he doesn't like. And for whatever reason, right? Like, going after the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is fucking wild, bro. Like, what are you doing? Some of these choices are like too obvious.
From the FAA, he was like, dude,
yeah, we talked about the FAA stuff. Yep. I talked about specifically, like, look, even if you're going to cut people from the FAA, like, if you do find that, like, there are unqualified people that are being added to the FAA for whatever reason, right now is not the time to just be willy-nilly cutting people. What you need to be doing is having people ready to take in their place, and you need to do, like, a slow switch from the people who you want to get rid of to the new people who are going to come in. Because if planes are falling out of the fucking sky, it's probably not the best time to be firing a bunch of people at the FAA, firing a bunch of air traffic controllers. And his transportation secretary was like, bro, like, we can't be, like, hacking away at
people
ATCs.
Are highly specialized. Like, their training takes like a year, I think it takes before they even become a traffic controller.
Yeah.
So it's not like you could just grab somebody and say, okay, you guys are no good. Let's put somebody new.
Yeah.
'Cause it takes a while to train people.
Yeah, for sure. Exactly. It takes time. Daniel, are you there? Couldn't post the link? God damn it. I don't know why this happens, man. Because, like, I have told it a million times to let people in chat post links. The setting is on. You should be able to post links. But people always have problems posting links. And I don't understand. Let me look at the settings again. Settings.
How do you say? Amazon or Amazon? The person in chat.
Amar Vorn. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Okay. Custom.
I'm finally here, Amazon. I didn't think SleepyJoe was going to show up.
Well, you should have gotten here just in case.
I'm sorry, I was watching something.
Allow viewers to post links in chat. Why? Why the fuck? Okay. Okay, let me do this. I'll turn it off, and then I'll turn it on again. Okay. Let's see. All right. Maybe try one more time, and then if not, I'll just go look it up myself. Because I saw a little bit that they were having like a meeting about the FIFA stuff. Daniel, are you there? Can you hear me? Sleepy! He just showed up in chat. We might get our thing.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, buddy.
Hey.
Yeah,
We're gonna have to mute you in a second though, because if SleepyJoe comes in, him and Candy have been.
Oh, the debate! I've been waiting for this debate. That's why I tuned in.
I don't know.
Yeah, where's this pussy at?
He's been waiting. It was Candy who was late, but now he's about to come back in, and
all right, here we go.
And hopefully we're gonna have a nice, fun debate. I'm gonna moderate, and Daniel, if you don't mind, I'm just gonna mute your mic while it's happening because I don't want people. Yeah,
I was just gonna mute my own mic, but you do what you gotta do. Don't forget to unmute me.
Jordan.
I'll just leave you muted, bro. No.
Last Wednesday, and
Bitch.
Joe didn't show up.
Just like your mods. No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, look, they're not doing that anymore, right?
No, that's cool. It's fine.
Yeah.
I'm arguing with them again. I got a couple days off. I got tomorrow off, and then I'm back to work Sunday.
Yeah.
And
No, but
I'm working.
You and Victoria were being funny in your fake news thing. That was funny. Y'all are having
Your fake news. Da-da-da, oh yeah. I actually replied to something about that. Fucking. Am I muted now?
Nah, not
No.
yet.
Oh, yeah, dude. It said AI can predict race in X-rays. Have you seen that?
Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
I think what she was saying, the fake news part was when you asked,
Damn,
like,
we won already.
Predict,
That's crazy.
can it predict trans? Which kind of makes a lot of sense.
Fire.
Because
Oh,
how,
yeah.
how could you do that?
that was...
Rumble White House,
That
last
was
live
fucked up.
VOD. Okay.
Oh.
Let's see.
Sigma Hudson, MVP. God damn, that's crazy. That's cool. Hey, you see what's going on in Syria?
No.
Fucking genocide. That's everybody.
What?
Again?
Oh, yeah,
I
dude,
thought
they're
things
mass
were
slaughtering.
calming
I know.
down. Shit.
If you look, it's the #1 thing trending on Twitter.
Clashes in Syria between
What?
government forces and Assad loyalists kill more than 200?
Well, they've been mass
Oh,
like
no.
if you watch the videos. The thing is, all the videos get on the internet. So if you go on Twitter right now, there's just countless videos of shit going on in Syria. And yeah, they just they got like full
I'm gonna read
word.
this article real quick.
Can you
Fighters.
read it out loud?
Yeah, I will. Sleepy, what's up? I'm just gonna read this
Can you guys
article
hear me?
about. Yeah, we can hear you, bud.
Cool.
Welcome. I'm just gonna read this article
What's
about
up?
shit going on in Syria, and then I'm gonna let you guys go for it. So fighters siding with Syria's new government stormed several villages near the country's coast, killing dozens of men in response to recent attacks on government security forces by loyalists of ousted President Bashar Assad. Bashar al-Assad, right? A war monitor said. The village assaults erupted Thursday and continued Friday. Ongoing clashes between the two sides have marked the worst violence since Assad's government was toppled in early December by insurgent groups led by the Islamist group Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. The new government has pledged to unite Syria after 14 years of civil war. Are they going to go like after the Kurdish areas? That's a worry. More than 200 people have been killed since the fighting broke out. Been 14 years of this, yep. More than 200 people have been killed. More than 200 people have been killed since fighting broke out, according to the Britain-based Syrian Observatory for Human Rights. In addition to around 140 killed in apparent revenge attacks in the villages, the dead include at least 50 members of Syria's government forces and 45 fighters loyal to Assad. Civil war that has been raging in Syria since March 2011 has left more than 500,000 people dead and millions displaced. Sounds like a good place for some Israeli intervention. Most recent clashes began...
Let's go, dude. Here we go. Sounds like a good place for some of my new weapon sales.
The most recent clashes began when government forces tried to detain a wanted person near the coastal city of Jable on Thursday and were ambushed by Assad loyalists, according to the Britain-based Syrian Observatory for Human Rights. On Thursday and Friday, gunmen loyal to the new government stormed the villages of Shir, Mukhtariyeh, and Haifa near the coast, killing 69 men, but harming no women, according to the observatory. Okay, at least they didn't kill the women. They killed every man they encountered. Okay, never mind. That's shitty, said observatory chief Rami Abdurrahman. Beirut-based Al Mayadeen TV also reported the attacks on the three villages, saying that more than 30 men were killed in the village of Mukhtariyeh alone. Another 60 people were killed in the town of Banias, including women and children, the observatory said. Syrian authorities did not publish a death toll, but Syria's state news agency Sana quoted an unidentified security official as saying that numerous people went to the coast seeking revenge for recent attacks on government security forces. The official said the actions led to some individual violations, and we are, working to stop them. Interim President Ahmad al-Sharaa, in a video statement, called on armed groups affiliated with the former government to hand over their weapons and for those loyal to the new government to avoid attacking civilians or abusing prisoners. When we compromise our ethics, we reduce ourselves to the same level as our enemy, he said. The remnants of the fallen regime are looking for a provocation that will lead to violations behind which they can seek refuge. Okay. This is a bit of a long article, and I kind of want to let these two get going, so I will save the rest of this for afterwards. Daniel, I'm just going to mute you while we do this. I'm going to go ahead and moderate. Guys, I have no idea what you even wanted to debate about, so just go for it.
This whole debate is just ridiculous. Kenny, do you want to start, or do you want me to start?
What's the debate about?
That's the problem. You don't even know what's happening.
What's happening in regards to what?
So
there's a lot of shit happening.
I was in Destiny's chat.
I
made a point. I wasn't even talking to you. I just kind of was saying things, and I was saying that Elon is not running things. He's simply relaying information to Trump, and Trump's the actual person making these mandates. And then you came in and said, stop gaslighting. I asked you, what am I gaslighting about? And you just replied with a laughing emoji. What was that about?
I don't know what you're talking about. Honestly, I don't.
Candy, why do you want to debate right now? If you don't know what's happening.
No, you said you was gonna debate me, and I was like, sure.
On what?
I don't know.
So you think the debate is about what exactly? If you had to guess.
Okay, so like, if I had to guess, it was about a video. No, something you said about.
I wrote all this down, Candy. I have screenshots of everything. I'm just trying to see if you're just
You
trolling
sure?
or if you're actually
Because I don't remember this Elon thing.
Okay, hold on. That happened on, I think, Wednesday. Let me see if I have the screenshot. And can I add images to Discord?
I don't think I even saw you on Wednesday.
Yeah, you can. So if you go to if you go to the voice chat, you'll see there's like in the voice chat page there should be like a little chat bubble there, and then you can post in there.
Let me see. I didn't screenshot every message. I screenshot a bunch of shit. There's multiple points. And this Elon thing, I don't even care if I'm wrong on this. It was just the fact that you replied, said I was gaslighting. I asked you what I'm gaslighting about, and you just replied with fucking laughing emojis. Like
no.
You absolutely did.
Okay, hold on. The gaslighting thing, I think, was something else completely.
About what then?
I'm trying to think. Because I know we had a conversation about...
This Elon thing is my weakest point. I don't
remember.
I actually want to skip this point because it's kind of stupid. But we can go into it more if you want.
Yeah, I would love for you guys to figure out what you're debating about.
I know what I'm debating about. I'm trying to get Candy on the same page.
Okay, what are you debating about? Elon thing?
There's 3 points. I can go over all three. I can highlight all three right now. So first point, Elon Musk is in charge of DOGE, but he is not actually making the decisions on what's happening. That's Trump. He has to get it approved by Trump. They both said this together. Trump said, Elon's not in charge. He relays information to me. Elon said the same thing. Do you agree or disagree with that point?
I disagree.
Or what's your evidence? Because they both said this.
Yeah, he's saying one thing, but just because he says it doesn't mean that that's the case.
So what's the
and it doesn't seem like he knows exactly what he's doing. I think he's informed afterwards, like, okay, this is what we did. This is what we found. But at the time they're doing it, I don't think he knows exactly what you're doing.
Who doesn't know, Trump or Elon?
Trump.
They both don't know.
I don't think it's. I don't think so. It doesn't seem like it.
My point. Can you repeat
what he's doing? In what world? In what world would he doing beneficial to Trump?
Candy, hang on.
Can you steelman my position?
Say that again.
Can you? What's my argument right now?
What the argument is that I don't see in what worlds would Elon is doing be beneficial to Trump, and for Trump to say yes.
He's asking you to steelman his argument.
What's that?
Like tell him, give back to him what his argument that he's making is.
He's saying that Trump is aware, like Trump is the one telling Elon, right? Go in there and do this, and then Elon is just doing what?
Not exactly. I'm saying that that Elon is looking into things and recommending certain actions. He's not the one doing the actions. It's Trump saying, this is okay to do.
I don't, no, because it just seems like things are getting done in a way
what is this based on,
too
Candy?
fast. Right.
What's your evidence, Candy?
Well, he's the one sending emails to people saying, hey, you got to justify. And it's happening too fast. You know what I mean? If you could say, if we saw something like, okay, he went in there today, and a few days later, he came back and said, okay, this many people are fired, then you could say, okay, maybe in those 2 days.
Hey, real quick, Sleepy, when you're in between talking, because there's a lot of wind, would you just...
sorry. Yeah,
would you just mute in between when you're talking?
Yeah.
Thanks, bud.
That's all I was going to say anyway. But, yeah. It's just, to me, it's just happening too fast. It's not like, okay, Elon went to this place, and then a few days later. It's just, he's there, and it's like, And people are saying he just goes there and then they're getting fired. So there's no waiting period. People are getting blindsided. There's no rhyme or reason.
I understand. So your point is it's happening too fast, and so Elon can't. How do you think they're communicating? Is it through carrier pigeon? How fast do you think it takes for Elon to relay this information to Trump?
Well, he would have to get back to the White House, right, and then
how do they do that? Like carrier pigeon, or do you think it's a phone call?
I think it's in person.
How long does that take? Weeks or days or hours or minutes?
I don't know. Depends. I think he shows up after he's done the damage in here, and then shows him what he did afterwards.
It seems like you're just speculating based on nothing.
No, it's based on what people were saying. Like, he just showed up and fired people.
And how does that refute my initial claim that Elon is relaying this information to Trump, and Trump is approving the firing?
Oh, I don't disagree with that.
Well, that was my initial claim, so what are we arguing about? You said initially you disagreed with what I just said.
No, I disagree that basically he's getting, how do I explain it? That Trump is aware of what he's doing. And even Trump, he's like, oh, he's doing a good job. Like after, it's almost like an afterthought, like when he says
let me try to pose this question. Candy, do you think Elon is acting unilaterally and then reporting to Trump? Or do you think he's getting things approved by Trump first and then acting?
No. The first one.
Okay.
Sorry, what was the first one? I'm sorry.
The first one is, do you think Elon is acting unilaterally without Trump's approval and then telling Trump about it?
Got it. Is my audio still scuffed, or what's happening? I'm on.
No, you're fine.
Phone.
You're fine.
Okay, I think that's what I'm moving. I'm on a bench right now. Yeah, Candy, what is that based on? You're just saying things.
It's based on
my evidence is based on Trump and Elon saying that that Trump's in charge, not Elon.
Multiple times Trump has said that Elon's in charge.
When did he say this?
Many times in interviews, in like stuff. Yeah.
Oh, I just had this on my laptop too. Give me a sec.
Yep, no worries. Oh, I just got a reminder notification about potential jury duty, guys.
As a matter of fact, the day, I think it was after his State of the Union, quote unquote, he also mentioned that Elon was in charge, and people ran to the courthouse to add that because they were claiming that he wasn't in charge, that somebody else was in charge.
Just to clarify, that was talking about the administrator of DOGE specifically.
Right.
That's not talking about acting unilaterally without Trump's prior approval, right? Because the administrator of DOGE would still necessarily have to act with his approval. Now, I'm not saying whether I think he is or not, because I have my own opinions about that, which, we'll talk about later afterwards. But specifically when they're talking about that is that they made the legal statement that Elon Musk... Originally, they made the statement that Elon Musk was in charge of Doge, right? But then eventually they said that the administrator of Doge was someone else. And there's a whole other discussion we can have about. Yeah, that's a whole other different discussion we can also have.
But then after he said that, again, he went ahead at the State of the Union and said Elon is in charge.
Yeah, and there might be legal issues about that.
Still creepy.
Yeah.
All All right. So in the cabinet meeting, President Trump conveyed his cabinet in person on Thursday to deliver a message. You're in charge of your departments, not Elon Musk. That was Donald Trump yesterday. Do you agree with this quote? I can link it in the chat if you want. Do you agree with that quote or not, Candy?
Who said that? What? Say that again. I'm
President
sorry.
Trump conveyed his
Go ahead and
cabinet
post that in chat.
person. Say it again.
Go ahead and post that in chat as well. For her.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yep. The headline
It's recent,
contradicts
right?
what I'm saying, but the quote
It's like today or yesterday.
Yeah, this is recent because he's been saying Elon's in charge.
He has never said that ever.
Yep.
Maybe in charge of DOGE, not in charge of the actual actions, which is a very big difference, Candy.
Is it?
Yes. Do you not see the difference? I can explain it if you need me to.
Explain it to me, because I've heard Trump say many times in interviews that Elon's in charge. From the beginning, he's been saying he's in charge.
Yeah, he's in charge of DOGE.
And then they went to court because there's a court right now. There's a court filing trying to find out what Elon's role is, who's in charge, because, again, Trump says one thing and then says another. Like Thursday, he said Trump is not in charge. Now, today, during a meeting, he said he's in charge many times during interviews.
Yeah, in charge of DOGE, which doesn't mean that Elon is the one making the actions. He's not making the decisions. Trump is. There's a difference. You be in charge of something in a department, it doesn't mean you're actually making the decisions, the actions of those recommendations. He's recommending things to Trump. Trump is the one saying yes or no.
I really hope I don't have to do fucking jury duty, man. I just got the reminder that like I have to check the shit.
What day is it?
In 3 fucking days. If I have to do it.
Yeah. You can go there and just say you're an anarchist or something. Just leave.
Yeah, right. Like say something. No, my favorite that I saw was on Family Guy. I don't know if you remember this. Yo, Easy, welcome. How you doing, bud? But one of my favorite ones was from Family Guy where Peter went in and he was like, "I'd be a great juror. I can spot a guilty guy like that." I think that's clever, right?
I haven't watched Family Guy in years.
This was like an old one. It was like an old episode. Yeah, from early Family Guy. But yeah,
is Candy still here? What's she doing?
That. Candy's here. She's probably looking over the article.
Okay.
How you guys doing there in chat? Y'all enjoying yourselves? Also, welcome our buddy from down under, Easy Rider. Good friend of mine. Longtime friend.
Elon was on the Joe Rogan Experience just a few days ago, and he also said that he doesn't make he's simply recommending things to Trump as well. It's a 3-hour podcast, but it was in the first half hour. He said that.
I know, but again, I just think he's covering his ass. But
you can think whatever you want, Kenny. You need evidence.
I just think he's covering his ass because where would the evidence of that? I could say whatever I want and just say, well, it's not me, because he knows he's not an elected official. He knows hasn't been vetted by the Senate, so he knows he can't be doing that kind of shit.
And so, what are you basing this off of?
On the fact that when he shows up, people end up getting their packing.
Candy, you know there's more than one person in DOGE. There's a bunch of people doing this research. It's not just Elon Musk.
It's Elon Musk and his boys, the tech.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's more than one person.
Big balls.
Take 3 years to do research. Look into things. To send emails. It's not that complicated, Candy. I don't know what is so hard to understand about this.
What do you mean what's hard? There's nothing hard to understand about it. What I'm saying
You're saying it should take days. Days to do what?
No, not necessarily days, but he's showing up and then people are getting fired. Like,
I don't know what that sentence means, Candy. Showing up to where?
Showing up at these places.
Can you be more specific?
Different government agencies where he's laid off people.
You're saying he's laid them off?
Yeah.
Based on what? Because I'm saying that he's relaying this information to Trump as a recommendation to lay them off.
How do you go to a government agency, an agency that you don't know what's going on, you don't know how it works, you don't know the machinations of that business, and within like being there not that long, not talking probably to the higher ups, because the higher ups are the first ones getting fired, and then just deciding, okay, we're gonna let go of all these people without having taken. Because that's part of the problem too. The part of the problem that, which me and Jordan agree with, is not that he's firing people. It's the way it's happening. It's just like, why aren't you taking time going through who is disposable, who's not performing on par, they're not taking their time. They're just showing up and firing people, and people end up with saying, "Oh, I got fired."
Yeah. So. Neither me or you know the inner workings of how DOGE is doing this. We have
Not DOGE, I mean the government.
What?
I mean the government. They don't know how the government works. They don't know. They fired.
No, I know. I'm saying that
they fired people who works in a nuclear arsenal. You cannot tell me that they know what they're doing.
So, Elon, there's one example of how Elon said he's doing this. He sent an email out and said, reply to this email or you're getting fired. If you don't reply to the email, there's a good chance, this is Elon saying this, not me. There's a good chance these people don't exist. Do you agree with that or not?
No.
Why not?
Because I feel like if you're not replying, a lot of the people who were sent these emails were locked out of the email.
What does that mean? They get locked out of your email.
As soon as they were fired like flash. Like they didn't even get a chance to say anything. They didn't get a chance. They were locked out of the emails. They were kicked out. They were just told, okay, bye, pack. And they were locked out. They couldn't access their employment emails. That was one of the complaints, that they couldn't access their emails after they were fired. How am I supposed to reply to this email when I can't even access my emails?
Let's say I don't actually believe that point at all. I'm just going to say that you're correct. It actually doesn't matter to my point. My point is Elon Musk is not the one personally firing these people on his own. He's relaying this information to Trump, and Trump's administration is the one firing them.
Yeah,
you think Elon Musk is going around firing people?
Huh?
That's your argument?
My argument is he's doing it, yeah.
And Trump isn't.
He's approving whatever he said. Like he said.
Yes, he's approving it. That's what I'm saying.
Right. So
if we agree, then what are we arguing about?
He approves whatever he does. But again, like I said, you cannot just go in the.
So your argument's with Trump, not Elon.
What?
if Trump is just agreeing with whatever Elon is saying, then what is your beef with Elon?
You like Elon? Is that what it is?
Well, he finally gave me a $100 check, so he's pretty based.
Did he?
Yeah.
And you think that's based?
Yeah. Sign a petition, get $100.
Oh wait, what was the check? Yeah, I remember that. What was that about again?
It was like something about gun rights for the election.
Yeah.
And if you're in a certain state, PA, I forget the other ones, but if you sign the petition, they send you $100.
Huh.
And mine finally came like a few weeks ago.
That's got to be illegal, right? Yeah, whatever. I'm not getting into this. We can talk about that later. You guys are still talking.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I can move on to a different point. I'm not sure what this point even is anymore.
I think he's doing the firing. Is he getting Trump's blessing after he's doing the firing? Absolutely. But I don't think they know what they're doing. They're going in there, they're unilaterally firing people. Like, again, why would you fire the people who managed the nuclear stockpiles and not deem their job?
I have no idea, Candy. Either do you. You're not in charge of any of this. You're reading news headlines.
But make it make sense. They had to rehire.
I don't care about any of this. I'm just saying my point was only that Elon Musk is not personally firing these people. Trump is. I don't care if it's right or wrong. That's why this argument's stupid.
I think he's firing the people, and Trump is backing him up. That's it. After it happens, Trump is saying, "Oh yeah, it's okay, Trump." But you
have no evidence of this.
We don't have evidence of the other side either.
I do have a little bit of quotes from Trump and Elon saying.
Quotes from Trump saying.
It's more. Is that
Elon's in charge.
Is that evidence or not? If someone says I'm not doing something, is that evidence? Is because you don't like the evidence?
No, it's not that I don't like the evidence. Trump has said multiple times, Elon's in charge. There's even
in charge of what?
Of everything, of doing everything.
Show us the quote, and I will say you're the winner of this debate right now. Pull the quote up.
I have to look for this shit now. I wish someone would back me up. $100. Let's see how I said.
I want the quote of Trump saying Elon Musk is in charge of everything.
My only complaint against Musk is that he is a dipshit intellectual paucity with a bag of cash, nothing more. That's from Easy in chat.
He could be. I think he's kind of smart.
Yeah. I mean, again, I'll wait until you guys are done because I don't want to, my job here is not to debate right now, so. But I have my own thoughts on this as well. And actually, you were listening earlier. I kind of said some of my thoughts when we were talking about stuff earlier.
Yeah. I'm gonna put some more screenshots of Candy just posting laughing emojis after I was trying to debate.
Easy Rider says, "Sir, you've gone mad with power." Oh shit!
Where's Easy?
Easy's in chat. I've made terrible judgment. Got him. Playing Dave the Diver over here while you guys debate. Of course I have. Ever tried going mad without it? All right. Well, I will throw one comment in, I guess, because I've just been sitting on it. No, I mean, like, I definitely think Elon is not doing anything without Trump's approval, but I do think that Trump is probably giving him approval far too leniently, I think. And I think he's going to be pulling that back a bit. At least it seems that way. But that's my thought on this.
Mine is based on what Trump has said before, how Elon is in charge.
Yeah,
I
we're still waiting for that.
In charge of DOGE.
He's in. First, he used to be. Okay. At first, he started saying he was in charge. Then, when Elon Musk was getting a lot of heat about it, they were like, "Oh no, he's not an employee. He's in charge of DOGE." Like, they got more specific when it came to that. But it doesn't make sense to me that I don't see how.
I always understood it as he's in charge of DOGE. Now that's a whole other, like I said, that's a whole other discussion, you know, whether he's in charge of DOGE or not, and that's like a whole other thing. We've got legal issues there, and that's a whole other conversation, right?
Yeah.
But saying he's in charge of DOGE doesn't necessarily mean that he's operating entirely unilaterally without Trump's approval. I do think, personally, he probably has more deference than I would like, right? What with going into different departments, accessing all the data. I don't like that very much. But Trump probably told him it was okay to do that.
Right. Yeah, what I think. What I think is that he's going in there, he's doing what he's doing. He's telling Trump, and Trump is like, "Okay, sounds good to me." I don't think you know what I mean? That's what I think is happening. Yeah. Right.
That's Joe's argument.
Yeah, my argument is I don't care what you think, Andy. I just want the evidence.
I took his argument to be that Trump is approving, like he knows exactly what's happening. They don't even know what's happening when they're firing people, because they're firing people they're not supposed to be firing.
So does Trump know like every single name of every single person that he's firing? No, probably not. Does Elon go in and say, "Hey, I'm going to fire like some thousands of people from this thing. I need you to sign off on it." And Trump probably doesn't do his due diligence in looking through all of that information? Yeah, probably. That's what I would think is probably the case. But like the idea that I do not think that Elon is operating, you know, just by himself without any input from Trump.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Kenny, we can move on from this point, or we can wait for your quotes that you're never going to find.
No. Jordan, has he not said from the beginning, Elon's in charge?
He said he's in charge. When he has said that, that has been in the context of DOGE. And like I've said, that's a whole other thing. There's a whole legal issue going on with that. And yeah, I mean, like, that's something definitely to talk about. But saying he's in charge of DOGE, the way I interpret that is like the same way as saying, well, Marco Rubio is in charge of the State Department. Right? Marco Rubio is like in charge of like day-to-day shit and certain aspects of the State Department, but like he can't act unilaterally without Trump's approval on certain things. And I would say that's the same for Elon Musk. Now, I might say that Elon, because DOGE is like a special department and Elon's like a sort of special employee, there may be certain things that he gets away with that other cabinet members might not get away with. We could have that discussion too, but I don't think there's a world where Elon is just doing things without at all letting Trump know, for a couple reasons. Number one, like you know, that's super out of the, you know, the chain of command. But number two, I feel like that would piss Trump off to no end. No. And he would not like that at all.
No, I disagree. Even Trump has said, Elon's in charge. all I care about is drill, baby, drill. That's all he cares about. He doesn't care what he's doing over here.
All right. Well, I feel like I'm taking over, Joe. I think I've revitalized
And
this a
that
little bit. You can take it back from here.
Oh, RFK could do whatever he wants with the health department. I just care about Bill Drill, baby drill. That's the only thing he cares about. He's not really caring about what's happening. He's just letting him do whatever he wants, and then he tells him, "Oh, I did this." Oh, okay. I don't think there's no real planning behind it, no real rhyme or reason. Because if there was, a lot of people who've been fired would not got fired.
Well, that's your opinion, Tandy.
That's okay. Okay.
You might be right.
You can tell me that you can paint this imaginary scenario where Trump is on the phone with Elon, but if I say something different, oh, that's just my opinion. I'll be back.
Okay.
So
where's she going?
I don't know, but she'll be back. So yeah,
Okay.
like I think my interpretation again is that yeah, Elon has very wide sort of abilities to do a lot of things, but it's not because, in my opinion, he's acting unilaterally. It's because, in my opinion, Trump is signing off on things that he probably shouldn't be signing off on, and he's just letting him do shit. But yeah, I don't think that Elon is just like waltzing into departments without letting Trump know ahead of time that he's going there to do things, because like I said before, look, knowing what we know about Trump, I don't think he'd be okay with that because he's the big boss.
Oh,
right?
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we can hear you.
Yeah. So anyway, that's my thought on it.
Yeah, we can move off from this point when she gets back. It's just going in circles.
Yeah.
It is going in circles, but I'm back. But I'm willing to say, okay, both scenarios are possible. It could be possible that he's on the phone with Trump. It could be
but the
possible.
key is, which do you think is more probable? Well, I'm not saying necessarily he's on the phone with Trump all the time. Sometimes you might be in a meeting and say, I'm going to do these things this week, and Trump says, okay, right? I'm going to guess he's probably not like as specific as you might be imagining, right, that he would need to be. But it's not like he's just doing things without Trump knowing about it.
Can you hear Daniel?
Daniel is muted for the...
I can hear him, though.
You can hear him?
Yeah. He says only you can't hear him.
We can hear him.
Oh, I thought he was supposed to be... Oh, that's weird. Oh, I guess it was just muted
I just started talking.
Oh, okay.
Wow, Jordan. Wow. Just tell him wow.
That's weird. It's supposed to just mute for the thing. All right, yeah, I guess you did just do me a favor and mute yourself when you do it. But go ahead, Daniel. What's up?
Oh, you're good. I was just wondering when this debate was officially considered over. But I mean, I'll go back to mute myself because I didn't talk for all of that, really.
Did you want to add something?
Would you like to add something?
No, I agree with what SleepyJoe said. This all felt like it was going in circles. Ultimately, I agree with SleepyJoe. Trump's at the helm, man. Elon works for him. The whole President Musk shit is just a fucking Democratic jab. Like, that's all it is.
Why do you have to go there?
Go where?
I think the Democrat thing.
Everything has to be everything has to be like a Democratic conspiracy.
Because it is. It's not a Democratic conspiracy. It's obvious. It's like literally just the same way, Trump comes up with so many insulting words as like Comrade Kamala or Sleepy Joe, is in the same sense of, ironically, right?
Right.
But it's in the same sense that, they came up with President Musk, it's
my name is
what the
actually
Democrats
Joe.
came out with.
Yeah.
That's cool. So is Joe Biden's. It's Sleepy Joe.
Well, the reason we're laughing is because in Destiny's chat, his screen name is Sleepy Joe.
That's cool. So, what do you guys feel about Destiny posting? I posted the little screenshot of him talking about the
Unhinged
brain cancer. Yeah, he's on Unhinged lunatic, dude. Destiny's a psycho to me.
I didn't like it.
Yeah,
and it's bad. And he does that. He's been doing that a lot lately.
Sorry, can you repeat
a lot more than usual, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Can you repeat that?
But you know what? Oh, the most recent Destiny controversy that just shows that he's kind of going off the rails. He had
talked shit about that kid. I don't know
the kid
why.
with brain cancer.
Wait. Hold on. You're talking over Daniel.
What?
What did he do? Well, I'm trying to hear what he's saying.
Yeah, so Trump's State of the Union address brought on DJ Daniel, which is the little black kid with cancer. He was bullied last year by a group of individuals for being a police officer. He's like a little kid with cancer, wants to be a police officer and stuff like that. And so then Trump's State of the Union address had him on it, giving him an honorary title as Secretary of Defense, or what was it? One of those.
Secret Service member.
Secret Service member, honorary title. And then Destiny came up with a tweet that said, I wonder if he got this way because of the extreme indoctrination of his parents or because of the abscess of his brain cancer or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Like, that's essentially what, he made a fucking, a nasty joke about, this kid's retarded because he has brain cancer. That's like the basis of it.
I didn't like that.
It's like, great, real classy, buddy.
This is my other argument with Candy. We had two other ones.
Go for it.
It was
All right, Daniel, if you want to mute yourself this time, we're gonna let him get back to it.
This is more interesting, actually.
Yeah. Oh, but go ahead. If you guys are actually debating each other, then I'll mute.
Yeah.
Candy brought up, and I might have misread what she wrote. She can clarify, but she said something like, "We need a." She said that we need a Destiny to debate these Congress members or some shit like that. Or to be part of Congress. You can clarify the actual quote you said, Candy. You remember?
Right. I said we need a Destiny, not Destiny. Meaning someone like him who is very astute, very smart, very clever, who's done his homework, who, can go into Congress and be like the opposite of what we're seeing on the right, Because, the right is very effective. They're very aggressive and they're very effective in their messaging. And we need somebody like that because they're vanilla. They're not doing nothing. They're just like, we're concerned. That's it.
Yeah, I'll concede you actually said that. I read it as we need Destiny specifically. And I was like, that's not going to happen.
It's too controversial.
Yes.
That's what I was saying. Yeah. I was saying that there's no way he's going to be elected when he's on video saying he's planning to kill a kid.
That is a throwback, but yeah.
Yeah. And so Candy was like asking for the links of trying to say that she didn't believe it until she saw the video. And then
he freely talks about that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Candy said she said the video was out of context.
Right, because it's like a minute video, and we don't know what led up. I understand that, but we don't know what led up to that moment when he was talking.
Premeditated murder, or planning to premeditate murder a kid and his father.
I don't think he was really. And it was from 7 years ago. I mean, I don't know.
It doesn't matter, Candy. 7 years ago doesn't matter. Trump did something.
It does
in 10
matter.
years, Trump will have done something 15 years ago, and you'll say, it doesn't matter. It still happened.
No. This is you 7 years ago out of anger. You say something because you were pissed off because somebody was doing something.
He said he was planning. He had the maps and everything.
That's not what it says.
We can pull up the video right now.
In the video, he says, I was so close to doing it. You guys don't know, blah, blah, blah. Like, it's a very short video. It's not a full thing.
Yeah, in the video, he planned it out.
I'll look up the full thing, and then we could talk about it a little bit more. But again, like 7 years ago, you say something out of anger and stuff like that. I don't think that's relevant today. The person you are in your 20s is not going to be the person you are in your 30s.
He was 28 or 29. What are you talking about?
I understand that. No, he's not. How old is he?
He was 15 saying this.
Look, what I'm saying, the person you are today, 20s, you're not going to be the same person in your 30s. And you're not going to be that same person in your 40s.
He was 28.
And you're not going to be that same person in your 50s. Because you're...
So if Trump says something now that you don't like, in 7 years it doesn't matter anymore? Is that your argument?
It depends on what he says.
Why does that matter? You said it doesn't matter because it was 7 years ago.
No, I said No, I said multiple things. I said it's old, number one, and then I don't know what premeditated that outburst. So if somebody tried to kill Trump and Trump was like, "Oh, I'm gonna, you don't know, I'm gonna kill that motherfucker," whatever, then, there was reasoning behind them. Why he said that? That's what I'm saying.
All right, I just want to make sure this is clear. You're saying it's okay for Destiny to go on video to his audience and say, "I was so close to killing a kid and his father because the kid figured out how to turn off my internet." And it's okay because it was 7 years ago.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Then please clarify.
I thought I just did. I'm saying
Not
that
very well, though.
Again, the clip doesn't really. I would have to look at the whole clip and see the whole thing in order to do a better assessment as of why.
Can we play that clip, Jordan?
Sure.
Put some chat.
No, that's not the whole clip. That's just a portion of it. That's just him.
We're going to play the video, and you're going to explain exactly what context you need outside of the video.
What led up to that? I'm telling you. What led up to him saying that?
The kid turned off his internet.
Yeah, he was getting DDoS.
Destiny's main source of income.
He was getting DDoS?
He was getting DDoSed, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So you're saying it's okay or not?
I'm ready for the video whenever you are, bud.
All right. In Candy's defense, I'll say, how comedic was it? Was it in a serious?
It wasn't at all. It's in the chat.
I mean, I personally hate Destiny, so trust me, I'm playing devil's advocate here. But like, if it's in a comedic, all right, we're just having fun on the stream. I'm gonna kill this. I've never seen this video, and it just adds to the more hate that I already have.
So, Daniel, if you want to go to my stream on Kick, you can watch along with us. We're about to watch it.
Okay, all right, I'll watch it.
Let me know when you're there, because it's pretty short, but yeah. Tiny's got some moments, for sure.
Who's Tiny?
Who's Tiny?
Destiny, take out the D.
All right, I'm on.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, I did troll the shit out of the DDoS kid. That's a guy, that's one of the people, like, legitimately, like, you have no, like, it's actually kind of scary, like, how close I was to getting people together to go down to his house and kill him and his family. Or it would have just been him and his father. Because I didn't know anything about it. Dude, that was some of the most fucked up shit in my entire life. I was so fucking close to doing it. But I was making so much money on Twitch, and I don't know if Nathan was involved in yet, but for whatever reason, I decided that the current life I had wasn't worth the risk of. Oh my god. Oh my god, I was so close to this fucking address. I had fucking streets mapped out and fucking you had no fucking idea. That's when I first started getting an interest in, like, owning a weapon. I got a permit to own a gun and everything. Holy fuck.
What the? What the fuck? Yeah. Not a good look, bud. Not a good look, good buddy.
Yeah, so what part of that is out of context, Candy? I had maps. That's what he said.
Dude, everything about Destiny reminds me of a person that has like a pro maps Reddit profile, under a burner. Everything about Destiny, makes me feel like he's like a fully embraced school shooter on the inside that got such a popularity through social media, he just doesn't go through with it. Yeah. Like everything about Destiny, everything about Destiny, dude, just fucking reminds me of like the kid who had two perfectly normal parents. And then you all just kind of wondered why he was the weirdest fucking person in Boy Scouts. Like, I don't know, man. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. You watch that, and you do feel the genuine feeling that he really was just, like, having a confession moment, like he was in the fucking priest booth. It is interesting. That's videos just...
The thing about him that I think is... And, obviously I enjoy his content a lot, right? I agree with a lot of his takes. I think that he could have had a lot of potential to be really strong in the political world, to be able to do a lot of these things, but, you know, he shot himself in the foot one too many times.
Yeah, he ran out of feet.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Look at Gavin Newsom out here trying to fucking be president, dude. You saw he did an interview with Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, I did a podcast. I need to watch it. I'm going to probably watch the podcast.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Why is that interesting?
Because, you know what? I'll tell you exactly why. I'll just answer it real quick. Yeah, it's because for once, the Democrats who have treated Republicans and like the extreme conservative right like fucking absolute Nazi supporting terrorists, allergic to them in all conversation, finally are opening up debates properly again. So yeah, that is interesting.
It's the same reason why you only want to talk politics with me when it comes to Democrats. Is because I don't treat you like a fucking piece of shit.
Right. Exactly, Jordan. It creates open conversation once again, and that's good. That's what's needed. Mm-hmm. Yes, it is interesting because it's been fucking non-existent for almost a decade, it feels like now. And there used to be a time where that was very existent. We used to have that all the time.
That was the norm. It was the norm. I remember when that was normal, bro. In the 90s, the early 2000s.
Right. And now it's just, I mean, fuck, dude, the early 2010s.
Little gup. Wow.
You know what I mean?
Wow.
All happened
Thanks,
Trump
Daniel.
era.
We got Daniel Liddick in chat, guys. What's up? And he greeted me in Portuguese and by calling me Lil Gup. Double the disrespect.
What's Lil Gup
mean? Baby Gup. Baby Gup.
Means Lil Guppy. It's like Lil Guppy in a big pond. It's just a little condescending, but, you know, not...
It's condescending, but quite accurate. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, man. it's you know, it's also meant as, I believe, a somewhat term of poking fun endearment, but, yeah.
It sounds like endearment, a fun endearment, a little shit talk.
But, you know, the greeting me in Portuguese, that was just straight disrespect.
Oh. I don't get that part.
It's because I'm Argentinian.
I didn't even know there's.
Yeah, Brazil and Argentina. Yeah.
The soccer shit?
Yeah, the soccer shit, exactly.
Okay, yeah.
No, I just want to have your perspective on why you found it interesting. I'm not saying it wasn't interesting. I'm not disagreeing with you. I just wanted to know why you found it interesting.
Yeah, I explained why.
Yeah, I know.
Are you guys? Did you have a third topic that you mentioned, Sleepy Joe?
I've watched half of it. That interview. It's a little boring, anyways.
Maybe we'll play some of that podcast on my next stream. That might be interesting.
Dope.
Yeah.
Kenny, did you have anything else to say?
Jordan? Why do you find that interesting? No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead. Do your third topic. I listened to the first two.
Well, okay, can I ask a question real quick? I honestly, I'm gonna tell you right now, I have no idea who Charlie Kirk is. I don't know. What is he? Wait, hold on. He's considered to be controversial, right?
No.
It depends on who you ask.
Okay, so why would he be considered controversial?
Just because he debates college students, and then the college students would have massive protests trying to ban him from universities. And then as he did that over years, he grew a larger and larger and larger fan base. And he does a lot for a lot of, kids who grew up in the era.
Yeah, Daniel Liddick said in chat, he's Captain Kirk's underachieving brother.
Not like he's controversial because he's pro white supremacy or anything like that, right?
No, he's not like
what does that even mean?
Republican.
No.
He's just a pretty strong MAGA guy.
No, and you know what? That's one way to describe him.
And he seemed pretty normal to me. Like
he is. He's very normal.
He seems very normal to me. So I don't know what the controversy is.
Most MAGA people are normal. They just have really different views.
Thank you, Jordan. Yeah. Yeah.
Right? They just we just disagree on a lot of policy. And then some of it gets a little contentious, right? But it's like there's still people.
All right, here's why. Here's what's controversial, Candy. He would go around constantly arguing about how transgender women shouldn't be in women's sports. That's one conversation. When you do that at over 30 universities and have viral videos on YouTube, you're considered a fucking enemy. You're controversial, you know? I mean, it could be the most common sense dialogue whatsoever, but it doesn't matter because there's this whole
that's even
like,
a position
narrative
that it seems to like we tried it. There seems to be some issues with it. Like I probably agree with a lot of that position. Maybe there are some outlying situations where I might say, okay, maybe here it's okay, but it seems like for the most part, doesn't seem to work. And I understand that it's a very, very small number of people, like really, really small number of people. But like, I don't know, it just seems like it just seems like we should be protecting women in sports. We should be, you know, making sure that everybody has a fair chance to compete. And if there's a way that we can figure out an equitable way for trans people to compete in sports without making it worse for other people, I'm 100% going to be for that. As I think most people would.
I just want to add one thing. Just like you said about not all MAGA people, not all MAGA people are crazy or they're reasonable. The same thing goes with the left. Not all of us are, you know, like.
Well, not you, Candy. Everyone else, but not you.
No.
That's me. Listen, I'm okay. I'm okay with that. Yeah, but
no, I agree.
Not all of us are unreasonable. You know, we're not like.
I agree, but also, like, the far left purity tests really, really, really hard.
That bothers me. That bothers me.
And that is a big problem. And like, it's part of the reason why we lost. So, you know, why we lost really hard this time. And that's something we really need to work on. And, Daniel, did I send you, did I send you the thing where Democrats, like a bunch of like high level Democrats got together and like were discussing the new strategy? Did I read that to you? I feel like I did.
No, it was me. I was there when you were talking.
How do you not remember that now?
Okay, because I think you'd be interested in hearing this. Let me see if I can find it. Hang on. I haven't checked Discord
new
recently.
Strategy, dude. After Trump removes all the corrupt politicians, we need to find new ones.
But
that's a new strategy.
But this is the thing. You got to let's get rid of corrupt, but both sides, right? Let's
Absolutely.
That's the problem with me, what I find, that it's always one-sided, you know?
Yeah.
Let's get rid of them both sides.
Everybody agrees we should get rid of corruption, right? The problem is a lot of people have an issue looking at their own side and saying, oh, that's our side. And, like, it makes it a lot harder, too, when you have people who are obviously fucking corrupt, like Eric Adams.
Wait, real quick. I'm gonna. Sorry, we're gonna agree on this, but let's go back and find out what Sleepy Joe's third topic was.
I know we are. I just want to read this thing, and then I'm gonna let it go back to them. Is that cool? Cool. All right. So
I'm gonna use the lead.
Let me just read this out loud. Last month, a group of moderate Democratic consultants, campaign staffers, elected officials, and party leaders gathered in Loudoun County, Virginia, for a retreat where they plotted their party's comeback. We got their takeaways. Amarvorn says they're plotting to wear pink suits. God damn it. Pink suits. Oh my god. That was so lame. Okay. Those gathered then laid out 20 solutions for how Democrats can regain working class trust and reconnect with them culturally. More than a few stuck out to playbook. The party should embrace patriotism, community, and traditional American imagery. Democrats should ban far-left candidate questionnaires and refuse to participate in forums that create ideological purity tests, move away from the dominance of small-dollar donors whose preferences may not align with the broader electorate. They should push back against far-left staffers and groups that exert a disproportionate influence on policy and messaging. Candidates should get out of elite circles and into real communities. For example, tailgates, gun shows, local restaurants, churches, and the party needs to own the failures of democratic governance in large cities and commit to improving local government. What do you think about that? Dan,
My bad, I'm muted. Are you talking to me?
Yeah. What did you think?
Yeah, about common sense politics, dude. Yeah, sounds great.
Awesome.
Let's see if that's actually what they do.
Yeah, we'll see if that's what they do. Obviously, you never know like how a platform is going to work out. But like I saw that and I was like, okay, I really hope they do that, right? I really hope they come back to a more common sense, like well-centered, even though I hate the term common sense. You know I hate the term common sense. But
I know, but some things are just truly common sense.
Yeah, but like then, you could ask, there's always going to be somebody who sees the most obvious common sense thing to you and me as not common sense, right? But I do hope they go back to like policies that are more on the level of the regular American worker, the regular American person, that's not like listening to the fringe far left, because like the Bernie side of the party was cool to bring us in a certain direction, like towards universal health care, which most of us agree on. Like Daniel, I don't know. I don't know what your views are on universal health care, Joe. But I think most Americans agree that we need better healthcare, and it seems like the rest of the world has figured it out for the most part, and we haven't. UBI is one way or another.
I would not say that. I would disagree with that. I believe America needs better healthcare.
Yeah, because I was going to say
figured it out.
Daniel doesn't necessarily agree with UBI. I think there's a world where UBI.
I'm saying I don't agree. I don't agree with there's like a whole world or a country that just figured it out better than us. That doesn't exist on a very specific scale. Like where I want to hear a country that has as many people as America and has much different. You know what I mean? Like I don't know.
Sure. No. I think that's part of the point, right? Which is why when I'm talking about universal health care, I say we have to do it right. Because, we look at like NIH, for example, and they're going to have issues with funding, right? Canada's healthcare has certain issues as well. Like, if we're going to do universal healthcare in America, we got to do it the right way. As for UBI, I think there's a world where UBI is going to work, and it's going to work really, really well. But that is a world where there's far more automation doing things than humans. That's the only way I see it, like, working. Is when that labor value drops a lot. Anyway, that's kind of my thoughts. AI will accelerate this talking point. I completely agree. And yeah, we'll see how quickly it accelerates it. There's definitely some other hurdles we have to get past because, AI now is still just really, 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 really smart computer programs. It's not like what we think of when we talk about AI, but that's a whole other topic for another day. Let's go back to Joe for his third topic.
Just give AI another 2 years, and then it'll kill everyone.
We'll see about that.
I believe you.
Yeah, my last point's about this whole thing is about Candy just acting crazy in chat and acting like a liberal. That's why I wanted to debate her, because she wasn't making any clear points. Anytime I asked her to clarify, she would just post a laughing emoji and call me an old man and some dumb shit. So this last point was her saying, I can post the screenshots in chat real quick, but it was about we actually just talked about it with Elon's rocket blowing up.
Yeah.
And she said, I just posted them in chat, Elon just blew up another rocket, LOL. And I asked Candy, how many rockets did NASA blow up?
Yeah.
And she replied saying, if NASA would have blown rockets like that, shutting down airports because of massive debris, we would have heard of that. But Candy, we have heard of that. It's happened multiple times.
I don't know about airports shutting down, but obviously, over the history of NASA, especially in the early years, of which SpaceX is in its early years, launch failures were a very common thing. I mean, that's kind of like when you're pioneering like a new technology, that can happen. Now,
yeah, sure. In 1986, it happened. That's like very long
ago. And in 2003,
yeah, space shuttle to Columbia, it killed 7 people. So,
yep. Challenger before that was 86.
Yeah. That was my point.
Are those the only 2 examples where airports shut down?
No, those were the 2 examples of shuttle failures. But if you look at like early NASA rockets, those were failing all the time. But you know, just like this one, there were not people on board.
Yeah. Is Candy even here?
Candy, you're muted. I don't know if you're muted.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, so you said we would have heard about those, but the Columbia disaster in 2003, which is not, I mean, it wasn't that long ago. 2003 is 20 years ago. It killed 7 people, and it was live on CNN. So we definitely heard about it. So I'm just trying to figure out what you're talking about.
I don't know about that. I don't know. I don't know about
I know you don't know about it, Candy. That's the point. You don't know what you're saying. You're just saying things.
He's so annoyed with me. I can tell in his voice. Listen, I'm saying we would have heard about it. I never heard of NASA's rockets shutting down airports before. That's what I'm saying. That's my point.
But now you have. So do you still think it doesn't happen?
I don't have to look into it.
Did Columbia shut down airports? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised because it was streaking across the sky, but I just don't remember. STS 107, yep.
I mean, it killed 7 people. Whether it shut down airports, it killed 7 people,
Sure.
and there's debris all
the
over the place.
astronauts, yeah.
Yeah. Which, I mean, Kenny, do you have anything to say about this?
I just said what I said.
What was your point of saying Elon blew up a rocket, LOL?
Oh, because I don't know, somebody had said something and I was just responding to that. But basically, but it had to do with the fact that already twice they had to shut down airports because of it.
Yeah, but so what? NASA blew up 100 rockets, over 100 rockets. These things happen.
These things happen.
Like the way you wrote it, you're implying that Elon has no idea what he's doing. These things don't happen at all. It's just Elon being stupid.
The greatest space
That's
explorer
a good question.
in human history.
Do I think Elon knows what he's doing? That's a better question.
Jesus,
no, I don't think he knows what he's doing.
So did NASA know what they're doing when they killed 7 people? Multiple times?
I don't think, I mean, I don't, let me just jump in here for a second and say that Elon is not doing any of this.
Right.
It is the people who work for SpaceX that are doing this.
Guys, let me explain to you. As a person who watched October Sky like 100 times because I owned it on VHS as a kid, I'll tell you right now, most people shooting rockets in the sky didn't know what they were doing, and then they got good at it.
Yeah. No, and I had a whole, I don't know if you were here, Daniel, I was talking about this earlier, actually, because I was talking about the recent SpaceX rocket that, or Starship that broke up, and, you know, I was saying, well, you know, yeah, this sucks, but, like, you know, a lot of people are, like, clowning on Elon and SpaceX, and I'm sitting here as, like, a big space nerd, like, what do you mean this shit happens when you're doing like new
Elon's
space
the shit.
exploration?
What Elon's done
again,
space exploration is incredible. It's the greatest of mankind.
I don't see it as Elon doing it. I see it as SpaceX doing it, right? Because
which is his name's attached to that operation.
Yeah, but I feel like a lot of people when they talk about Elon in regards to SpaceX, they get this image in their mind that like, ooh, Elon's in there like programming the shit or whatever.
Right, and it's not an incredible team that he has helped create.
Yeah, because I like to give the recognition. You know, that's one of the things I love about NASA is like it's very clear with NASA the recognition goes to the scientists, the engineers who work at NASA. So I really like to highlight the credit and give that credit to the amazing engineers who work at SpaceX.
Correct.
Which is exactly my point when I said, do I think Elon knows what he's doing? No. You finished my sentence. That's exactly what I mean. His
But that's
engineers
ridiculous,
are the
though.
ones that are doing it. But you would think
But
also,
he
right?
leads it.
Yeah, but
It's
he's
like,
not technically.
like,
He's not
like
trying
the
to do it.
writing.
But you would think also space travel is not new, right? You guys said it's been around forever, right? So
No, well, yeah, but this is still a new
It
technology.
clearly hasn't been
Not
around
forever.
forever. Forever's a wild assertion.
This is a new technology, though, and
It's
there are
quite
always going to
new.
be hiccups
No matter
with
what,
new
it's
technology.
within 100 years. Yeah. At the very least.
If this happened with people on board, then there's going to be like a whole fucking thing. But we're in the testing phase right now, right? And even if it happened with people on board, things fucking happen, right? Like space travel is extremely dangerous. This is why Challenger happened. This is why Challenger happened. This is why Columbia happened. I can actually explain to you like the series of events for both of those things and how they led to people dying. And it's like one little mistake goes on a whole chain reaction that leads to a catastrophic outcome, right? And so that's why we see launches get scrubbed all the time, right? That's why we see people so careful about things.
According to Candy, the Columbia disaster, that never happened. She's never heard of it.
No. I'm not saying that. Stop. Don't put words
in my mouth. You did say it.
That's not what she's saying. I think she was saying the airport's being shut down. She was specifically what she was talking about. Yeah. Which I'm not super sure either. It wouldn't surprise me if they were, because debris falling through the sky. I'm just specifically not remembering if they were or weren't, and I can't really find anything about it in a quick search. But it wouldn't surprise me if they were, honestly. Because, like, yeah, if you have debris falling from the sky, shutting down airports, or at least, actually probably the most likely situation is either some airports were shut down or flight paths were diverted is more likely, I think, probably what happened, right?
Let me ask you a question, too. What's the difference between Bezos and Elon? Because Bezos is also sending rockets, and his stuff is not blowing up in midair.
Blue Origin's already done with like all of its testing and shit. They're in the operational phase. Starship is like newer. So like there's also the Falcon rockets. The Falcon rockets are operating now, right? Starship is in like the prototyping and testing phase. So that's the difference. Also, Blue Origin is like a much, much, much smaller assembly, because they don't even like go to orbit. They're suborbital. Yeah, Daniel.
Right. But I'm saying,
Daniel,
again, Bezos is not as popular for his rockets, and he's even sending more people to outer space, and his rockets are not blowing up.
Well, he's sending people to suborbit, right? While Elon is attempting to send people to orbit and then beyond. It's a whole different situation. Like, it's a super different situation. It sounds similar, but it's really, really not.
Getting past the atmosphere.
Well, yeah, not with Starship yet, because Starship is still in the early testing phases, but the Falcon rockets are going to orbit regularly. They're launching shuttles, they're going to the ISS with, like, the Dragon, the Dragon capsules. Yeah. Daniel, I'm going to actually agree that Elon is good at the organizing and the business structure of SpaceX, but having heard him talk about certain things to do with SpaceX and like actual rocket science and engineering, no, I don't think he's really a science prodigy. But he's very good at picking people who are going to do good work.
Yeah, but in order to pick people who do great work, you have to be understanding of what that takes. So that's a huge part. It's like
Not
the argument of
necessarily.
Steve Jobs. So how good do you
Steve
think
Jobs
Steve Jobs
was not a programmer.
He wasn't, which is an interesting thing. I look at Elon Musk very much as a Steve Jobs, but an innovator behind scientific revolution, I see both of them as.
So it would be okay. That's different.
It's interesting. It's an interesting conversation.
So
because
here's the thing.
Here's the scientific prodigy.
I would not call Steve Jobs a scientific prodigy. I would never say that. I might say Steve Wozniak. I might say some of the other guys who worked there, but Steve Jobs was never a programmer. He was never like a software engineer. I personally
don't feel like any of them are really scientific prodigy. Well, no, they're all geniuses. They're really all geniuses. They're all very incredible at what they do.
Right, but there's different types of genius potentially.
But only one individual was this cultural phenomenon that changed exactly how he interact with just everything. Like even me having you on my kick on the phone, and that was Steve Jobs. He had the ultimate vision in which he found the most intelligent individuals to create teams to pass his vision.
He was also
That's the same situation
good at marketing, right? He was good at selling the idea and taking things and explaining them in a very poetic and accessible way.
It's easy to do when the vision is easily marketed. Like when you have something so revolutionary, it's pretty easy to market it, you know?
Sure. I think with Musk, again, I think he has hired very good people, and the people he has hired have then hired very, very good people. And that's a very smart and intelligent thing to do. But when it comes to like rocket technology, he doesn't really understand it the way a lot of people seem to think he does. And that's fine. He doesn't need to, right? But yeah,
I don't think he's ever claimed to, though, has he?
Well, I've listened to one of Elon's head
not really. But I think a lot of people claim that for him, and he doesn't really seem to try to correct the record. I don't know if like. What do you mean?
No, I'm sorry. I missed what SleepyJoe said.
He said that he's never really outright claimed that, and I said I don't think so, but other people claim it for him, and he never really tries to correct the record, which I guess like is fine. But it definitely seems like he's totally cool with eating up the image of like, oh yeah, he's the brilliant genius man. Well, I would here's the thing, if I wasn't accomplishing the things, I wouldn't feel right necessarily taking credit for them. I guess that's his choice. But like I've said, I focus on giving the recognition to, the engineers, the scientists, those people there. And that's my choice. So I feel like a lot of people dick suck Elon a little bit too hard, and I kind of wish there was a bit less of that. There was more recognition of the people who are like really making those advancements and the big steps forward. And I recognize they wouldn't be able to do that necessarily without some of the money and the funding that he's providing. But yeah, I mean, like there's all these other people who do amazing things that work for SpaceX, that work for Tesla, who are moving these industries forward. And I would love to see them recognized more.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Where can
That'd be cool. That'd be cool. There was this one engineer, Tesla, one of the head Tesla engineers that was on Joe Rogan. The way he spoke to Elon was what also brought me back to you know what? Elon is obviously not this peak scientist and engineer that everyone claims he is, but he's certainly not fucking the idiot that the Democrats claim him to be.
I don't think he's retarded or anything.
When that Tesla engineer described how Elon walks into a building, bro, it was fucking great. And I would have to Google it, but he was on Joe Rogan's podcast, and it's like, nah, man, like what everybody says about Elon, this guy is a genius. That's how you describe him. He's like, he walked in. He's like, you would explain something to him. He might not understand it, but as soon as you explain it to him, it would register with him right away, and he would start immediately coming up with like possibilities for resolutions. And can we do this for the cooling system? And can we do that? Okay, fucking you damn narcissist. But anyway, but like when he described him, I go, okay, this is exactly what I'm talking about. He isn't the absolute science prodigy that's coming up, but he is a fucking not just a great businessman, but he is a genius in the sense that he understands the lingo that's far beyond my comprehension, far beyond the norms comprehension, and he knows how to create resolutions immediately.
I agree with that. I think in a lot of ways. Sometimes I think his overconfidence in that gets him in trouble too, right? Like, look, say what you want about what Twitter has become. There is a reality that the value of Twitter has dropped super hard, right? For whatever reason, and we can talk about that and get into it, right? Under his tutelage. But at the same time, I do think he sees things, he understands a lot of things, and he's able to make smart decisions. I just wish, I wish he acted more like a Steve Jobs, where it was like he comes out and talks about the science and then goes back and, works a lot in private and isn't so flashy and big about things, rather than the way that he does things, because I don't trust his, social politics, obviously. But I trust him to be in charge of SpaceX.
Yeah, I trust him to be in charge of a lot of things, including DOGE.
Yeah, that's the one we're gonna have to. That's the one we'll agree to disagree on, my friends. I just don't like I was saying earlier. I'd like to see.
That's because you're a nihilistic, pessimistic.
No,
down on the country.
I think as of right now, his actions and how many of them have been reversed is showing that there's a lot of areas of knowledge when it comes to how the government operates and functions that he's not super aware of. So what I would hope out of him going forward is that he does what he's done at Tesla and SpaceX and hires the right people who know how to do this in a manner. Yeah, that
you mean
doesn't.
You don't trust the 6 autistic kids on fucking Adderalls?
No, no, certainly not.
I mean, they sound like heroes.
Well, here's the problem, man. Like, if we look
did you look into the kid that broke down the fucking Roman scrolls and shit like that? What was that? What was the kid who created the algorithm that looked into the burnt scrolls and deciphered what hasn't been deciphered for
that's really, really cool, but I don't know what that has to do with deciding how to trim our budget.
Because ultimately, they're just creating algorithms. They're just creating AI-operated algorithms.
It shouldn't be done through AI and algorithms. We need people to actually go through stuff and make decisions about it. Trusting an algorithm to do it it's not it, bro. And we just can't do that. And like I said, I would feel a lot better about it if he was choosing people who, there are people in government who want to cut things, right? My mother is one of them, for example, who want to cut waste where it is and make it more efficient and better, right? But there's also the idea that an AI program written by this kid is somehow going to be able to know what's good and what's bad to cut based on the parameters that a bunch of people who have literally no experience working in the government and seeing what's efficient and not efficient, I mean, it just doesn't seem to be working very well. So I think I would feel a lot better if they were taking that into account and hiring people who share their vision, right? But who want to do it in a way that's not going to have the kind of effects that we're seeing right now. Because, we're seeing the markets being impacted by this. We're seeing GDP forecasts being impacted by this. And it's causing a lot of problems for a lot of people. And so, there's a way to do this the right way, right? People aren't against getting out waste, but they are against doing it in a way that's causing a lot of problems in a lot of different ways. And that's my thought on it.
Yeah,
Well,
my
Trump
thought
had
on it
no.
is like I wish that, I'm not if Trump does a great job, that's fantastic. I'm all for it. But
Yeah, same.
again, he he then he uses stuff like excuses like DEI to fire people. It's kind of cringe. Why are you using DEI as a reason? Because diversity, inclusion, whatever. Like why?
No, no, because the ultimate idea of DEI erases the idea, like the proper way of hiring an individual. It's because you're supposed to hire people off of merit.
No,
I
that's
mean,
not
your
true.
No,
DEI
DEI.
does
Hired
account for
under
merit.
this is the misconception that people are hired under DEI. They just got the job. They're not qualified to do it. They just
Yeah.
got it because they're black, or they got it because
And I
no.
think
These
you and I
people
talked
still
a
got to
little bit
go through
about
the
this,
same process.
Daniel. Where I was talking about how, like, when we're looking at DEI, it's pretty much always going to be a discussion of, two equally qualified candidates, right? Rather than one who's less qualified and one who's more qualified. But Joe, what were you going to say?
I don't even remember.
You were saying something about we were talking about DOGE,
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah.
then you said Trump.
Yeah, Trump had no political experience, and he became president.
Well,
Right.
I have thoughts about that
Yo, you
too.
know who
but-
you know who the best? Hold up. Let me say this. I kind of feel this way fully, like truly. Like, I think the best option for the Democrats to gain office again, and I really don't see how you guys get 2028. I just truly don't. Unless you have someone, and I mean this with full sincerity, like I would be on the fence of voting for this individual. Jon Stewart. I don't know how to explain it, but man, dude, I have loved his political views since I was watching that shit on Comedy Central. And to this day, I still agree with a lot of what he says.
So
Sometimes I feel like the average president should represent the common man more so than the politician, which is no longer considered the common man. There's an elitism behind almost all politicians.
I agree with a lot of that idea in theory. I mean, there's probably other people we could also look at. But I also would say that obviously there's a long way to go. But the way it's going right now, I wouldn't be that confident. That's all I'm going to say.
I would be very confident Jon Stewart. Jon Stewart just recently agreed to debate Elon Musk, and so far...
No. I'm excited for that. What I'm saying is that you're saying the confidence in that in 28 the Republicans are going to like win by a landslide. I wouldn't be so confident in that right now because Trump's approval is now net negative. He's below 50%, well below 50%. His disapproval now is higher than his approval. And it's the fastest that has happened in the history of any presidential term. So right now, if he doesn't make big changes, it's looking like Republicans are going to have a tough time in 26 and probably a tough time in 28.
Well, he still has 3 years and 10 months.
Exactly. There's a lot of time to go, right? A lot of time. But yeah. Early on, it's not looking so great. Of course, you can always turn things around, right? And maybe there's an adjustment period. Maybe they're trying a bunch of shit and seeing what happens. But yeah, first month has not been amazing for approval. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I saw Trump's approval is higher than ever.
It's not.
No. But
my
anyway,
bad. I'm telling you.
No, that's okay.
The highest it's ever been, dude. It's even higher than when he was elected.
Going back to the
For sure, dude. Every single Trump supporter I know feels the exact same way.
Okay, but the country is made up of more than just Trump supporters. That's the thing.
Yeah, except for the 77 million that voted for him.
Yeah.
Using that, touting that as a response to
now
me.
They're all happier than they've ever been. That's where we're at. The 77 million that voted for him.
Okay, but you do recognize there are a lot of people who voted for Trump who are not happy right now, right?
No, I don't recognize that whatsoever. I believe it's a lie pushed by the Democrats.
See, everything is a push from the Democrat. That's the problem. Why can't you
That's
just
the problem. That's
No,
the
there's
problem.
people going and actually
That's the problem.
doing testimonials saying, yeah, he's screwing me over.
How?
That are from the right. There's people actively talking. But what I want to say real quick is that I don't think the Democrats are out of touch with the common. Well, yeah, okay, let me take that back. With their definition of the common man is not an accurate representation. Make sense? Who they think is like the common man, whatever. It's not the correct definition. And when they do that, and when they isolate a certain group, especially the young men of today, uh, men in their maybe mid to late 20s, 30s, and stuff, they're kind of putting them in they're discounting them. They're like, the common man is like our age, and that's out of touch, very much.
Man, I feel so tired. Said, what's the matter with elitism?
But again, if you go back to DEI, right? If we go back to DEI, hold on. What? Okay, you say there's not merit, right? DEI, they people, but then there's nepotism. So are you against nepotism?
Absolutely, dude. I've always been. I'm against nepotism.
Holy shit! 538 just got shut down.
What happened?
They're like, oh.
538 just got shut down and everybody fired the first day the site's data showed the popularity of Donald Trump in his second term turning negative. They're owned by ABC, and ABC just settled with Donald Trump on some things so that they could... I never get this conspiratorial, but this is fucking weird, dude.
What?
So... recently, ABC settled a lawsuit with Donald Trump because they're scared that he wasn't going to allow them to do a merger. Then, on the first day, that 538's aggregate polls, which is a combination of all of their polls together, that showed that Donald Trump's approval rating was in the negative, on that very day, they got shut down and the whole team was fired.
All right, now I'm Googling this right now. This is the only thing I can say about this current situation is Disney has been downsizing like tremendously. There's been a lot of layoffs, so there's both
No. Listen, Mr. Conspiracy, you cannot be reasonable right now. You're not allowed to have the reasonable take right now. Okay?
No, because I mean, if you look at it, over the last couple years, thousands of employees have been fired from Disney, and multiple different branches have been shut down or downsized. So right, that is a current thing now. Are there other factors at play? Maybe they didn't want to have this branch that was having conflict. There's many things, but they're on a mass firing spree currently, just so you're aware.
Yeah, okay. Now, I love how you're, like, super reasonable for this, but, like, any other time I would be like a super reasonable thing. No, I mean, I'm inclined to probably agree with you, obviously, but, I was trying to appeal to your conspiratorial side and see if you would have a double standard. And, wow, what a surprise. Okay. Okay, so Real Clear Politics is about even. They have like a 1% positive, which has gone down for their aggregate. Yeah. When he started, it was plus 8.5. On their aggregate, they now have it plus 1.4. His disapproval started at 43. It is now up to 47.5. His approval started at 51.5. It's now down to 48.9.
All right, and so now I'm reading an article about 538 that said Maggie Coworth, a science journalist formerly with 538, expressed similar sentiments in a Blue Sky post 538 was such a wonderful place to work, filled with some of the most supportive, creative, and thoughtful coworkers a person could ask for, she wrote. She says, most of us were laid off in 2023, but the remaining staff deserved better, she added. So like I said, dude, over the last
you would do this
years,
kind of research for other shit, bro. Oh my gosh. You know I'm going to demand this standard from you every time you bring up a conspiracy from now on.
But I don't bring up conspiracies. I just bring up facts.
Oh, yeah.
And I assert towards, hey, doesn't this kind of seem like a conspiracy?
Yeah, okay. So let's see. We have, the 538. So on that last day of 538 polls, he was negative 0.3% in their aggregate. Regardless, between that and the Real Clear Politics average, that's probably within the margin of error. So the point is that his disapproval is rising, his approval is dropping. And it is the fastest that it's gotten to that point in presidential history. So, I'm just saying, that is a thing to consider. We'll see if that continues. But, the stock market issues, the inflation issues, the tariff stuff, the stuff with our allies in Ukraine, these are all not really helping him super well.
Mr. Joe, you still there? Are we good?
Yeah, I'm here.
Joe hates you. I've heard him.
I don't hate him.
Why are you trying to stir shit, Daniel?
He just came at me in chat. I had to fucking send her straight.
Oh, wow. Why are you so angry?
Set her straight.
Speaking of which, I've been ignoring chat. I'm sorry, chat. I see you all there, chat. I'm sorry. I'm not ignoring you. I promise. Anything else you guys wanted to get into? Or we can talk about other shit, too.
We good, Joe?
Yeah, you have anything else to say?
Abuelito, estamos bien.
But, don't do that. That was mean.
Mi español no es bueno.
Oh.
She calls you grandma.
No, I said grandpa.
You said abuelita. You said abuelita.
I said abuelito. We good, abuelito?
Oh, I thought you said abuelita. Okay.
How old are you, Candy? I'm probably younger than you.
I don't know.
Yeah, you ask a lady what her age is.
Candy is 33 years old.
She is?
I don't know. I have no idea. I never asked. Because my mom taught me that was rude.
Listen, Jordan. Listen. I didn't ask how much she weighs.
I feel so tired since she's 70. Rude. Yeah. What were you going to say, Daniel?
No, you missed it. I said I didn't ask how much he weighs, Jordan. We're okay.
Oh, my God, bro. Oh, my God. Both things very rude. Jesus.
Yeah, Candy, but next time, just talk like a regular person. You don't have to just spam laughing emojis at me.
Dude, that's how I feel about all of Jordan's
Sleepy's a nice
chat.
guy.
Candy's
Sleepy's a nice guy if you're nice to him. If you're not nice to him, he'll fucking tear you a new asshole. I've seen it. I've seen it happen.
Yeah.
Am I related to Anton LaVey?
Thank you, sir.
I don't think so. Why? Are we having a like a tiny face comparison moment?
Bro, we need to get Thanos in here, dude. Let me set up a debate with Thanos.
Oh, good lord. Hit him up. Hit him up.
Stannis, I'm okay with. I can debate with that kid if he can talk. But
dude, hit him
it's
up.
It's the other one. It's the other one. The fucking Aussie, dude. I'm the troll. I can't stand the troll.
Josh.
The next time Josh is on chat, bro, I'm just
the size of a thumb on my screen. No, I meant tiny like Destiny. No, I'm not related to this guy, but who the fuck is he? It's the beard and the shaved head. Yeah, there's this is a look, right? This is not a super unique look. A lot of people do this.
Ironically, if they saw who you were related to, nobody would even assume that.
Wait, why?
You look super like Helena? Do you think you look super like Helena? Like, do you think it's the two you?
She looks more like my mom, and I look more like my dad.
I can see you looking like your dad, yeah, but just like Helena, I was just talking about sibling-wise.
That's my sister, everybody. He's talking about my little sister. No, we don't look... We really don't look alike. It's weird. And it's funny because, like, the only thing, like, she looks like my mom, but she has my dad's eyes. I look like my dad, but I have my mom's eyes.
That makes actually perfect sense. A lot of people, that's very common.
Yeah.
Kids. Usually they'll have the facial features of one parent with the eyes of another.
Yeah.
Dude, my buddy, I'm not even exaggerating, dude. One of my close friends, Kendall, he looks Mexican. He's a redneck in Florida, and he looks fully Mexican. His dad is Mexican. But
Peace
his
out
brother...
of hang on 1 second. Let me just say that. Peace out of Marvorn. Thanks for joining, buddy. I'm on every Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 6 p.m. Pacific time. Come in anytime. If you want to jump in my Discord as well, if you ever want to, join in on the chat or debate with anybody in there, please do so. You'll find the link in my About section. Okay, go ahead, Daniel.
But, bro, my friend's brother is a full-on... I'm talking... like full perfect Irish ginger freckles, and he's short. He's like fucking 5'6". His brother's, 5'11", Mexican. You know what I mean? They are fully related, both of mom and dad. And then, they tell people they're brothers. Nobody can see it. But then if you hang out with these guys, yeah, they're both the same lunatics. You go, oh yeah, y'all are definitely brothers.
Do you have siblings, right?
No, I'm only child.
Oh, you're only child? Oh, okay. I don't know why I thought you had siblings. Lots of... I feel so tired. There's lots of Irish people in Mexico. That makes me feel like, dude, that sounds like some Cartman would say, there's lots of Irish people in Mexico.
Yeah,
I'm there's a lot of black people in Africa.
I don't know my dad, and then my mom was adopted. And my stepdad, I had a stepdad, but he also was adopted. He was a runaway foster kid, so...
Weird.
Very weird.
You gotta do a 23andMe, dog.
I know, everyone's told me I should do that.
Yeah.
Never have, never will.
No, don't do 23andMe.
There we go. Why?
The government takes your DNA.
Okay, fine.
Government already has my DNA.
That doesn't give it to the government.
Hold up. The government already has my DNA. They found it on that crime scene.
Oh, stop it. Motherfucker. Joe, were you going to say something?
No. I have to leave, though.
Oh, brother.
We'll lose reception.
It was a pleasure having you on, buddy. I hope you come back again, man.
Yeah, it was fun. I love you guys.
Yeah, it was a great time, buddy.
I love you, Candy.
Yeah, we love you too, bud. Great. Hey, you take care, man. Enjoy your weekend. Yeah.
You too. I'll check you Monday.
Awesome. See you then, bud. Yeah, we gotta, I like this. I like when there's some more right-leaning to conservative voices, because, like, it was kind of Daniel.
SleepyJoe's more right-lening, huh?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I like that
guy. Yeah. Because it was mostly you by yourself, standing up for the MAGA cause.
Well, you know what? Here's the problem, dude, is you have too many troll-like individuals in your Discord chat. I wish SleepyJoe would just fucking be in the Discord chat more.
Well,
sometimes I gotta take a break, bro. I gotta tap out. And yet there's too many people that are just fucking smelling each other's shit.
Bro, don't leave the server because I want you to come in for the voice chat. Just
I had to. I left the server intentionally because you can't change my names, right? You can't allow mods to have that much control.
I told them they better not do that shit again. I didn't like that. But just mute the politics general chat. You don't have to see all the shit that they post.
Yeah, but that's the only one that's active. I mean, I post in other chats, but nobody's that active in it.
But Daniel, you gotta like also kind of learn to ignore certain things, you know.
Well, they changed my name. Most of the things I have been ignoring, but once he changed my name, I have to see that shit. I'm like pissed.
What did he change your name to?
Retarded server rat.
What?
Yeah,
Retarded
it was very rude.
server rat.
Yeah, it was very rude. I gave them a talking to.
And a mod to have the power to change your name in the Discord. I'm like, I left the Discord. I was like, all right, leave server.
But just
I'm not gonna deal with that.
Just so you know, I definitely had a talking with them on that one because I was not okay with that. Changed my name to Juicy. That one's not so bad, but I told them in general, stop fucking doing that. Stop fucking with people's names. That's not cool. That's abuse of mod power. You can't be doing that shit.
Which makes sense from a bunch of fucking commie bitches.
Wow. Okay. Relax. Believe it or not, only like one of them is actually close to a communist. The other ones aren't. But they're still pretty far
worse.
left.
They're just fucking far left trolls, which is even worse. Because they're the type of people that like communists get in power and then wonder how it happened.
Well, you saw the new Democrat platform, bro. Don't worry.
Whatever
it's gonna be better.
That means,
it's gonna be better.
You know,
Make me mod and I'll abuse my power across the political aisle. I feel so tired, says. Dude, I feel so tired. You're not even in my Discord. Get in there, bro. Get in there,
bro. I feel so tired. Has no idea how crazy the Discord is. Chaotic.
It's a little. I told Jordan about that, but you know what?
But that's why I'm trying to get more people with different points of view in. Because if there's like a lot of people in there that are active, the crazy shit will get dogpiled on, right? And like that's what I want. But if it's just Daniel by himself, not a fan of Discord chat. This one's just my
I don't participate in it because it's a little.
I get it, man. People in Discord
I don't blame it either.
But I wanted like a good Discord for people to like come from my stream and go talking. Right?
Of Discord, like it's literally an intention of causing like hostile argument. Yeah. You know, it's doing exactly what it serves its purpose. You know.
There's also a lot of creepy people on Discord too. But again, like I really want a place where people like can go from my stream to like talk and continue their discussions and all of that shit, right? And that's like my goal. And like I know if it grows bigger and there's more people in there, it's gonna be less like that and more like a big mix of different opinions. Including the crazy ones, but then the crazy ones are going to get like, you know, they're going to get much better pushback, and, you know, people talking shit to each other is going to be like fading a little into the background because it's not going to be like three people dogpiling on one person, right?
I don't want to socialize.
I don't want to socialize. Here's the thing. They're like, if you get to know them personally, just like anybody else, they're not that bad. But when they're behind like a fucking screen and a keyboard, people feel confident to talk shit. And that's one of the things I hate about... Excuse you. That's one of the things I hate.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was muted.
That's one of the things I hate about like debating in text. It's like it's, you know, people can be really rude to each other.
Yeah. Well, because the internet is full of that. Whether you're on X or, you know, Discord or whatever. But you just got to know when to be like, I see what's going on, and I just walk away from it. You know what I mean? You just got to say, okay, this is not for me. I'm going to walk away. You could talk to Jordan separately and message him, listen, dude, this is going on. I'm not liking the chat, whatever. And have a one-on-one, you know?
Daniel Lytic says, I can't be the only Daniel to tear Leo or Josh a new one. Get thine MAGA butt back. You Daniels need to team up. A MAGA and a liberal working together against the tankies? This would be a new world paradigm.
Tankies is hilarious. The fact, do they call themselves tankies, or are you calling them that?
I call them tankies, but more to like,
I believe they're tankies.
More to poke fun at them. Like a real tanky is even more extreme than they are. Like Leo sometimes touches on tankiness, but for the most part, he's still not quite there, right? He still has like a conscience, you know, from a certain perspective.
Hey, so I don't know who this person is, Jordan. I can't wait to watch this Joe Rogan podcast. But do you know about Ian Carroll?
I've seen the name around recently.
Well, ever since
you're talking to a person who told his German friend that
podcast.
Das Boot was revisionist.
Dude, how many Jews were killed in the Holocaust? Because there seems to be a huge argument now. They're reopening that argument.
They're not reopening that argument. No one serious is reopening that argument.
Yeah.
It's about 6 million.
Over 6 million, yeah.
No, I got a question. Now, I'm just... how many Jews are there in today's world?
We're around 16 million.
Yes, exactly. And would it make more sense that, I mean, essentially, there would have to be less. I mean, all around.
11 to 12 million. Hang on, let me just answer that. 11 to 12 million is like the total number of people killed in the Holocaust. About 6 million of those were Jews. Yeah.
And then how many Jews do you think existed in that era pre-Holocaust?
It's about as many as there are now.
You think that there's only been 15, 16 million Jews back before the Holocaust, while every single population mass increase and all religious and, you know what I mean, nationalities have all increased because population in general has increased over the last years? But you think the Jewish population stayed exactly the same? That makes sense to you?
No, it got cut in half. We're only just now getting back to where the population was before World War II. Because a whole huge portion of them got wiped out. And Jews don't we don't proselytize, right? Like we don't share a religion. We're very insulated people.
Yeah.
And so, this makes a ton of sense. So there was like 15, 16 million Jews back then. 6 million of them were killed. And now we're only now just getting back to the population that we were at before. They also, I feel so tired also says correctly, they had a lot more children per family back then. It's less so now, right? Especially because a lot of Jews went to areas where population growth generally is lower because more advanced countries tend to have lower birth rates because they don't need to have a bunch of kids because a bunch of them are going to die, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But yeah.
Well... Okay.
That's about that. Yeah.
Sometimes I wonder if that number is exaggerated.
It's not. There's a lot of really good. There's a lot of really good documentation. Yeah. I'd say go take a look at all of the look up debunkings of Holocaust denialism or revisionism. You'll find a lot of really good stuff.
Don't get me wrong. I don't argue that one. I'm playing again more of a devil's
I'm not saying
advocate.
that you are.
You know what I mean?
I'm not saying that you are.
You know what I mean?
It's always good. I'm not saying you are. What I'm saying is it's always good to
But I haven't seen the Joe Rogan interview, but all I know is I hopped on Twitter today, and everyone who's talking about Ian Carroll is now mentioning a lot of other select things. And they say, the way they described him, I got very interested. They go, dude, Ian Carroll is one of the most non-biased, just pure journalistic efforts. It's a person that is just asking questions, trying to get the most historical facts, all lines. Apparently, he seems like a very good individual.
Yeah, but
like
you can do all of those things.
You know what I mean?
Do all of those things and still be wrong about something.
Yeah.
Because of what? Malintent?
No. Daniel, question.
No, you could do all of that in good faith and still be wrong about something.
But no. He's not making assertions. He's not making statements and opinions, you know what I mean, loud opinions. He's essentially because we're speaking very unknowledgeable about this individual. But what I just saw, as soon as he started trending, all that other shit started trending with it, all related to it. You know what I mean?
Well, I'll say this.
So talking about Holocaust numbers, the things that were attached to it, and I gotta watch it. I gotta listen to for myself.
Okay.
They talk about Holocaust
listen to
numbers.
that, but just make sure
Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell being attached to the Mossad. It talked about the dancing Israelis, which was during 9/11, which I've heard of all of these things.
Okay.
You know, and I don't spend enough time digging into it more. But the Jewish art students and the dancing Israelis of 9/11, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell being a part of the Mossad, and then the Holocaust numbers being over exaggerated due to sympathy, Jewish sympathy.
So what's the most important thing to do? Because like we could go down those rabbit holes, but I honestly don't have the energy to go through.
I feel you. I'm not trying to do that to you.
No. Because like you know that I have like all of those things you just mentioned are things that I've already looked up and like I know they're not real, right? So like in like the way people might characterize them. Now, I'm not gonna say that, you know, a lot of people have connections to Mossad. I have no fucking idea about that, right? But like, there's a necessary implication that people are making is that Mossad enabled them to do things. No, no, that ain't it. That ain't real.
Let me ask you something real quick. Let me ask you. So you're saying that they're saying that they blow up your numbers to conjure up sympathy. So
the Holocaust. That's what a lot of people on the Israeli side essentially say Palestine's doing currently.
Okay.
But go ahead.
So what if it was 5 million or 4 million?
It's still a lot. That's not my argument. Yeah, it's all fucked. Like, but you know, I believe it's all fucked.
So just as a primer, just so you know,
Nazi beliefs are
obviously,
insane, you know. But
let me say this:
next level methodic
throughout history,
throughout
history, there have been a number of different people who have challenged the numbers of the Holocaust. Some of them have ended up in court about it. There have been all of these different situations regarding it, and every single time, very convincing arguments have been put forward to show that not only is their questioning like fucked up, but it's also super wrong. Like it's just factually incorrect. So what I'm going to ask you to do is whenever you hear these claims, right, make sure you look up debunkings of those claims, right? Because it's super important to make sure that you're not just hearing it, because they're always going to present an argument that on its own is going to sound, oh, well, that's kind of weird, right? That's how everybody does everything. Every wrong position that anybody believes was presented to them in a very convincing way in order for them to believe it, right? So you have to make sure that you look these things up.
Well, I'll tell you right now, I still believe that Ghislaine Maxwell is the daughter of a high-level Mossad agent, and Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine are a part of a, Mossad, CIA, KGB, like whatever organizations are a part of that elitist. No, probably not KGB. It's Mossad. What's the fucking British one? MI12?
MI6.
MI6. Jesus, thank you. MI6, and I believe that they are all part of massive honeypot operations that were designed to fucking put people in powerful positions in the palm of their hands with blackmail in it. Okay. So I always believe that.
That's a whole other fucking ballgame. But I feel so tired says yes, but what's the hang on? Let me reach out. I feel so tired says a couple things to say. Daniel says, and keep in mind also the Jewish population was isolated in Europe and the Levant because of ethnicity or religion. That's true because anti-Semitism was everywhere, right? Even before the Holocaust. It was present in all of these different societies. And so Jews were just natural. Shut the fuck up.
But that's why. I'm not saying that's what I agree with, but that's why.
That's what they say.
So many people felt that way.
That's what they say, yeah. And because of that, also usury and the whole shit. But anyway, because of that, Jews were very isolated. Their populations didn't intermingle so much with other populations, and their population growth was generally very limited. I feel so tired says Ian Carroll is either a Nazi or a Fed. And then he says, yes, but what's the meta-narrative being constructed from all these apparently disparate factoids, which is a good question. What is it that he's trying to make you believe by saying all of these things? And then lastly, he says, Ian Carroll is one of those, it's in the Talmud people. So if he's saying,
wait, what
hey,
does that
look,
mean?
guys,
What's that last thing
so
you said?
I'll explain. If he's saying things like it's in the Talmud people, then he's probably
the Talmud.
least, then he's probably at least somewhat of an anti-Semite. Because one of the things
that crazy Jewish section.
Yeah, that like literally contains things that people have had discussions about for years and years and years and years and years. So the thing about the Talmud is it's being added to since like, you know, the time Judaism started, which means you're going to have things in there that are old and way outdated, right? The same way that people look at other texts and say, well, that doesn't apply to us in the modern world, because the Talmud is constantly being written and updated since, you know, the Jews were first around. So like pointing to the Talmud and saying like, oh, it's in the Talmud, is like just a super dishonest representation of shit. And if he's really a journalist who's got really high journalistic integrity, then he would probably know that. And he wouldn't interpret it as like, oh, it's in there, that must mean Jews believe it. And I'll tell you right now, there's some crazy shit in the Talmud, right? But like...
They're the ones that suck on baby penis, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's that shit. Yeah.
It's fucking insane.
And like only the fucking weirdos do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Talmud is relatively recent, from 2nd century CE. Yeah. So still a long ass time ago when people did weird shit.
Isn't it crazy they call themselves Jewish though? Does that hurt you a little bit?
It hurts us as a people. Yeah. I don't like it. But, like, whatever, like, most of us don't really fuck with the Hasids, man. We just kind of leave them alone, and they leave us alone. Because they don't even see somebody like me, really, as Jewish.
They don't, at all.
No.
You're not Jewish, first off.
What do you mean?
You're not. You're an atheist.
No. Yeah, but I'm ethnically Jewish.
Yeah, but
they don't,
the problem with
like...
that is it's like... It's
they don't
like
count me as like part of the ethnicity.
Like, there really isn't no
ethnically
Muslim individuals.
No, there's no ethnically Muslim individuals, but there
And yet there is.
No, those are Arabs. You're talking about Arabs. There's different kinds of ethnicities within Islam. But Judaism, there is DNA that is like, there are markers of DNA that only belong to people of like Jewish background. So there is...
but all the Arab DNA background it's fucking Ishmael and Isaac, and those are like the two.
No, my bad. Biblical stuff. That's biblical. That's biblical stuff. We're No.
Are all the Arabics Jewish in a sense because they're all Abraham?
No, there are certain Arabs that are of Semitic
but that's why
background.
Middle Eastern individuals all kind of have big noses.
Oh my God, Daniel!
But you all
you're gonna get me banned. God damn it!
The physiognomy is all there.
Listen. It's DNA. It's a DNA thing, right? It's more than just outward appearance. So, like for example,
outward appearance is a part of DNA.
Hey, just shut the fuck up for a second. Listen, okay. Jews, for example, are more susceptible to like certain genetic issues, right? Like what is it? Tay-Sachs, I think, is the name of it.
Okay.
Yeah. So Tay-Sachs disease, for example, is a genetic disorder that is more prominent in Jewish peoples, like Jewish ethnicity. There are specific genetic markers that are exclusive to Jewish people. So it's an ethno-religion. It's not just a religion, because there is an ethnicity that's tied to the Jewish people. So I am Jewish by ethnicity, and by their rules, technically, I'm Jewish too, because my mother's Jewish, and so on and so forth. But their views are very extreme. Hasids would consider me like sort of, but like not really Jewish, not really one of the chosen people, so to speak. It's also implying that Epstein is an Orthodox Jew as a person who obeys the rabbinical opinions in the Talmud, which is absurd, of course. Saying all Semites are Jews, and not all Semites are Jews, right? There are Semitic people who are not Jews. But we use the we use the
I thought
term
all Semites
Semitic.
were Jews and Muslims.
So not all Muslims are Semites,
well.
dude. There's Semites there's Muslims in fucking Indonesia, right? There's Muslims of all different kinds all over the world, from all different ethnicities. Islam is is not an ethno-religion. Arabs are generally considered an ethnicity, but Muslims don't. Muslim is a religion. Judaism is a faith. What is Jewish? Being Jewish can mean religiosity, Jewish, ethnically Jewish, or one or the other. I don't know about faith. I would say ethno-religion, like I said. Muslim is a worshiper identity. Okay. Islam is a religion. Judaism is both an ethnicity and a religion. Semite is a language group, and the use of Semite is interchangeable with Jew, comes from a time when the Jews were the only Semites in Europe. That makes sense. Cool. But yeah, like genetically, Jews do have things in common. And like you can see that there are commonalities between genetic commonalities between Ashkenazi Jews and Sephardic Jews and Mizrahi Jews, right? We all look different, and within our subcultures, right, there's ethnic differences, but the roots of those ethnicities are from the same place. Yeah, they've
Daniel,
done a lot of
if you want
genetic research on that.
Yeah, if you want to hear Jordan Bramble, just keep doing this Judaism thing.
Wow.
Oh, he won't stop.
Thanks, Jesus.
He's going and going and going. He won't stop. Trust me.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I hurt you with my race, Candy.
With my race.
No. I never said you hurt me with the race. You go on and on and on. That's like a trigger point for you.
Well, no. I mean, I'm gonna be. Yeah, because there's a lot. First of all, there's a lot of fucking anti-Semitism around the world. Why is that not going to be a thing for me to talk about? It's everywhere. We have to deal with it all the fucking time, especially now. So of course I'm going to want to talk about it. Second of all, fuck off.
You hear him, Daniel? You triggered. Look at
Second of all,
triggered him just now.
No, and you guys understand this too. You see how the far lefties have treated Jews and Israel. Dude. You know this. You understand. So, and then also Daniel and I Feel So Tired have been saying things in chat, and I'm responding to that too. Jewish, Daniel says, being Jewish also partly had its origin in being of the royal tribe of Judah, even if you weren't from the tribe. Interesting.
Yeah.
Now you're making me fucking self-conscious about it. What's wrong with you guys?
I took a break with someone. She was Russian, but she was Jewish too.
Yeah, there's a lot of Russian Jews.
There's tons of Russian Jews. Yeah.
I know.
What do you think pogroms were? What do you think the pogroms were? Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Are you saying they're Russian Jews?
Pogroms were like a bunch of massacres against Jews in Russia under the Tsars.
Oh, did you say the pogroms? I thought you said pilgrims. I was what the fuck, bro?
Not the
Are you telling me the first American settlers were all Russian Jews? Can you imagine? This is the newest conspiracy I've ever heard.
No, never.
Okay, yeah, the pogroms, yeah. Dude.
Oh, Daniel.
Basically, a large influence behind fucking Hitler was also the fact that the pogroms were going on in Russia. Not only did Hitler become emboldened by also blaming the Jews, but there were so many Jews fleeing Russia to go to Germany at that time. Yeah. So then it also
I think that was a little bit before Hitler. That was a little before Hitler.
That's my point. Yeah. No, but that's my point. It happened before Hitler. That was something that Hitler used in both his book, Mein Kampf. It was mentioned in Mein Kampf. And it emboldened and empowered his hate towards Jews because of what was already being influenced like the full decade before him. And then it was also an issue because of a mass Jewish immigration
in the late 19th century.
Like it was all
end of Tsarist Russia. I feel so tired. Says tankies are responsible for this most recent wave of anti-Semitism. Absolutely, bro. And it's crazy because they're all so high and mighty and self-important that they don't even realize that they're doing it.
No.
They're all like, it's anti-Zionism, not anti-Semitism. And yet, what did Martin Luther King say at a dinner once? What did he say? What was he heard saying? Oh, right. He said, anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. Martin Luther fucking King Jr. said that shit. He's an outspoken Zionist.
I have a question for Daniel.
Yeah,
totally non-related to... So do you consider Joe Rogan like a source of news, or do you just watch it just kind of like, I like to watch it, like kind of thing? It's something
it's
I like.
Funny. Yeah, just like a lot of news sources, it's kind of both.
So you find it to be funny?
As I said, like a lot of news sources, you kind of find it both. There's times where that the stuff you're hearing is news. That he is playing constant news.
Have an answer.
It is. It's difficult to argue because look at Twitter. Twitter is essentially a news source.
I do not use Twitter for news. I don't even go on Twitter.
I see. That's the difference. Is I use every social media that I have as a news source.
I don't use social media for news.
Every search engine's news. Every piece of political YouTube content that I see posted by CNN to ABC to Fox is news sources.
Yeah,
watching Joe Rogan sit there with ex-CIA talk about. But that's the biggest issue, bro. Is every one of these have opinion? Like, there's too much.
AP and Reuters do not have opinion. That is their whole thing. They just report what happens. Reuters and AP, they just report what happens. Yeah.
Okay. I don't really have problems with either of those organizations.
No. Who would, except for Trump, apparently, who kicked AP out of the White House press pool.
What'd they do wrong?
Maybe they called it the Gulf of Mexico.
Oh, yeah. It's the Gulf of America.
Come on. That's a dumb reason to kick them out.
Oh, okay. Is that the only reason? If that's the only reason, it's a dumb reason. But I feel like
yes, some people are saying it's because he wants to take control of who sets the standards for news writing, which I don't understand why. Because AP is a really good gold standard. I think he's just trying to. I think it's a legacy thing. I don't know.
Ruffle some feathers, legacy media. Yeah.
No. Okay. I mean like a his legacy thing. Yeah, but I don't know. It's just a weird thing. I think it was a weird choice for me.
Gulf of America now.
Only to us. You realize it's only to us. It's the Gulf of America, right? To everyone else in the world, it's the Gulf of Mexico. Mexico borders it too. And in fact, it was named the Gulf of Mexico.
President Sheinbaum, Miss Jewish Mexican president, is about to start calling it the Gulf of America too.
I do love her.
Yeah, she's about to start. I know, because the Jews rule the world, and you would support
that. Fuck off. Also, when they named it, it was bordered by Mexico.
Listen.
Like pretty much fully.
When all the countries that border the Gulf of America start referring to it as the Gulf of America, that's all that's going to fucking matter.
Well, yeah, sure. If everybody else starts calling it, then I guess we call it that. But I wish maybe I would be more comfortable with them saying Gulf of the Americas.
Oh, whatever, dude.
No,
hey, Candy, what question do you want to ask me?
Hang on, let me hold that thought, Candy. Let me reach out. When I saw the tankies, I knew the Orthodox were going to vote for Trump because of them. Yeah, it's true. A lot of Jews voted for Trump. You have to understand that a news aggregator isn't a news source. It's a tweakable algorithm. The level of bias it is capable of compared to a local newspaper is just wild. Yes.
All right. Which is, you let him answer. So you do consider Joe Rogan as a news source?
Yeah, I've certainly been more informed on actual news listening to Joe Rogan, not on his opinions, but when he has certain guests on and they break down. I mean, there's just I don't know. It's certainly a news source. It's hard to argue that it's not a news source because people are receiving
Can I offer
news
an alternative
that is
interpretation?
non-biased and factual through that, like non-biased facts, like just understanding, like, you know, pulling up government documents, like, you know, some things just get promoted heavier than other topics, and sometimes they just highlight certain topics that are reported, and it's I don't know, it's hard to argue that it's not a news source. It's hard to argue that everything is not a news source these days, to be honest.
Let me offer an alternative interpretation, and also, Candy, it's my stream. You fuck off. I'll do what I want.
To the question. That's it.
So I don't think it's a news source. I think it's a news either like adjacent, like where it's interpretive of.
If you want to give it its original title, that's fine. You know.
I just think it's more opinion based.
Political commentary.
I think it's more commentary, less than actual like news reporting.
But it's not news reporting. But at many times I hear news that is true, that is factual, and I hear.
You also hear news that's false, right?
Explanations.
Because he gets fact checked by Jamie sometimes.
But so does tons of news sources, like quotations.
Absolutely. But there is a difference because as soon as he gives a piece of news, right, he's going right into his opinion on it. The person he's with is going right into their opinion on it. And those things are valuable.
And that's
I'm not saying they're not valuable.
And I understand. It is a podcast. Yeah.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, like, I don't really consider that news. I consider it opinion. I consider there to be, like, he gets experts on, and that's expert opinion in some cases, right? But, like, AP I would consider news, right? BBC, Reuters, like, those report the news. And then they have their own opinion people as well, and their editorials I consider opinion.
And this is where lines get blurred, is because then editorials get confused by the layman, you know, the common person, that this is like, wait, is this not the same reporter that reported this news, and these are their opinions about it? You know what I mean? So then
the problem there is a problem of media literacy. Right?
Yeah, so by definition, no, I do not think Joe Rogan's a news source.
Yeah, I don't. So what Joe Rogan's doing is fine. Like, I don't have a problem with that. The same way I don't have a problem with editorials from, like, news organizations. The problem I have is that people reading all this stuff don't have that media literacy to understand the difference between those things. And that's...
Oh, well.
That's kind of where I am.
That's where it's always been. I mean, tons of people are illiterate.
Well, we got to fix that, right?
You know?
We got to work on that. Like, that's not good. That's bad.
I saw a stat today that said 50% of Philadelphia adults are illiterate, like actual on a low tier literacy. Like they have a this is an insane stat.
I gotta fact check this. Yeah.
Philadelphia's adult literacy rating is ridiculous. Ugh. But I do agree. I don't know how many people from Philadelphia have you met.
Whoa.
What? Are you reading something?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand this. This is crazy.
It's incredibly low, right? Yeah, here it is. I'm just going to read this out loud, Jordan. Studies indicate that a substantial portion of Philadelphia's adult population struggles with literacy, with some reports suggesting that over 50% of adults read and comprehend at a 5th grade level or below. Yeah, it's fucking dude. Apparently, Philadelphia's full of retards.
I have a question for you, though. Do you think getting rid of the Department of Education rather than boosting it and boosting funding for schools will make that better or worse?
I mean, dude, I gotta hear more than this. Just that. Here's my full conservative Republican response to it. You know, my fucking it's Yeah, if the Department of Education is providing these results, then fucking do away with it and let's fix the system.
What if those results got worse as funding got worse?
Well,
right?
here's my other issue. Maybe the distribution of funds through the Department of Education isn't doing its fucking job. That's also how I feel because Los Angeles County is one of the highest funded school systems of the country. And they have one of the worst ratings in the entire country. So sometimes I don't believe that more funding equivalates. Los Angeles County has one of the highest fundings of America with some of the lowest education scores across the entire country. That's a fact. So I don't know if higher funding equivalates to a more intellectual population. I believe there's a good system, and we aren't applying it to the mass public education system. We are doing whatever bullshit we're doing, and it's not working.
Let's see.
You know what I think, Daniel? I think that education is both at school but also at home.
I agree with you, actually. I agree very much about that.
I believe that a parent should know if their kid can't read or if they don't know what right? Like, you got to be involved. Okay, what did you learn? What are you learning this semester?
When I heard that stat about Philadelphia, Candy, my first thought was like, that's because almost everybody must be doing drugs or something. Like, Kensington's so fucking bad. When you look at those videos of Kensington and Philadelphia and you look at the heroin black market right on the streets, you just got to think to yourself, the drug addiction rate must be so fucking high there as well. I'm sure they're correlated. So, like, that's why so many adults, can't read. It's just a bad, broken system.
Okay. So I'm going to read some stats here.
Give me a second. Give me real quick. Let me make this point real quick. You can't just correlate that right away. I mean, nowadays.
Yeah, I can though.
Well,
but go ahead.
Hold on, but let me finish the process of where I'm getting at.
So
nowadays, it's really hard for one parent with one job to get through. You know what I mean? So I think a lot of it has to do with less parent engagement with their children because they're leaving work and coming home and cooking a dinner and you
almost hit the nail on the head. The biggest issue is whether they have single parents or family. A mother and father raising their child always is more successful than single parent households. It's just
absolutely right. But still, sometimes there's not enough time in a day to get all the shit you want to get done, especially when both parents have to work. When back in the day when the mom used to stay at home, they had kids had more attention and more involvement. I think we need to start, kind of getting more involved in what are you learning, and talking to the teachers and figuring out what level they're at and helping your kids, not just expecting the education system to teach them everything they need to know and you have no engagement in your child's education. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I think it should be both.
Yeah, but I'm going to go back to my original point and say that there's a shit ton of drug epidemic going on in Philadelphia, and that's why parents aren't involved with their kids at all.
I'm not saying that is. I'm just not correlating that with that. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm just saying it could be that, but I'm thinking, it's you see it nowadays. Like even in places where there's not a lot of drugs, which is hard to find because there's a lot of places do have a lot of drugs. But a lot of these kids also, broken families. They start using drugs to cope.
It's all.
And that's going to happen a lot in cities. So, and I do want to say, like, the thing is, like, there's a huge variation in school performance in LA County. Some areas do really, really well because they get a lot more funding. Other areas of LA County don't get a lot of funding and they do pretty poorly, right? And that's an issue that needs to obviously be fixed. So LA County does lag behind the U.S. as a whole in educational attainment, in large part due to the comparatively large share of adults without a high school degree. LA County scores 4.96 on the education index compared to 5.11 for the U.S., and more than 1 in 5 adult Angelenos lack a high school diploma. The highest ranking community in LA County is Westwood in the city of LA, with an education index score of 9.95. I believe that's out of 10. The lowest ranking community with a score of just 1.24 is Florence Graham, which also ranks the lowest on the overall Human Development Index. Asians score the highest on the education index at 7.12, followed closely by whites at 7.02. The next highest scores are... I want to see where the Jews are. The next highest score is significantly lower, 4.69 for NHOPI. North Pacific Islanders, Hawaiians, all that group. And for 4.64 for blacks. The lowest scoring... Wow, blacks? Really? Not African Americans, we're not saying here? Okay. The lowest scoring group is Latinos.
Why would you say African American?
Well,
not every black individual is African. And that's something you grow up with knowing in Florida, because you wouldn't call a Jamaican.
But isn't calling them simply blacks a little outdated?
The black,
does that feel a little outdated?
Is white not outdated? What should we be fucking calling the white?
The Caucasians.
Whatever. We're white.
I don't know. Maybe I'm being a little sensitive. The lowest scoring group is Latinos at 2.80. More than 40% of Latino adults over age 25 lack a high school diploma. That's in LA County. African immigrants would be a separate group, and there'd be a bigger group of them on the coast. Fair enough. Overall, women, 5.10, tend to have higher educational attainment levels than men, 4.82 in LA County, though this trend is flipped among Asians and the Pacific Islanders group, NHOPI, which I don't know what they all stand for. Somebody look that up for me. In these groups, men edge out women. Hang on, I'm just going to put this on the screen too so everybody else can read along. In these groups, men edge out women. The disconnected youth rate, the share of young people ages 16 to 24 who are neither working nor in school, is a statistic that MOA calculates using public use microdata areas. There is a strong relationship between well-being in a community and the rate of young people who are connected to school or work. The overall youth disconnection rate in LA County, 11.8%, is slightly lower than the U.S. rate, 12.3%. That's good. The area in LA with the lowest youth disconnection rate is West Central, Westwood, and West LA in the city of LA, 3.9%. That's very good. And the area with the highest rate is South Central and Watts, also in the city of LA, 23%. Daniel in chat says, so what I'm hearing is too much edging. Spot on. Or not enough pulling out. Oh! Got him! Yeah. So it's obvious that the huge disparity of certain areas doing well and other areas not doing well is that funding needs to be distributed better throughout LA County. Areas that are like affluent, probably mostly white, probably richer, are getting a lot more funding than areas that are poorer. And those poorer areas seem to be dragging down the scores. So the problem we have is, in this case, probably isn't the funding itself, although I'm sure there is a measure of, like, we can't distribute it totally equally because we're not getting enough funding. But there's definitely a level of, okay, we need to distribute this funding better, right? But let's say we get rid of the Department of Education. Where are we going to, like, how are we supposed to raise money? Like, areas that are poor are just doomed to only having a little bit of money. Like, there's nothing that can be done, right? Because it's going to be private sources. And that's the whole purpose of having, like, publicly funded schools with, like, a well-organized department, is that you can ensure that it's distributed well enough that poorer areas get money. Now, obviously, there are things we need to work on, getting these poorer areas a more equitable distribution of the money. And I would agree with that. Like, if that was the argument they were making, I'd be like, fuck yeah. let's go for it. Let's do it 100%. But getting rid of the Department of Education, I think, will actually exacerbate the problem rather than fix it. Now, the parents have too much power, and the problem kids fuck it up for literally everyone. It's a cascading effect on learning from the bad families. What do you mean I feel so tired? Can you give me a little more detail on that? Because it does seem like there are areas that do worse. And that seems pretty broad. Daniel, you still there?
Oh yeah, sorry. What's up?
Did you hear what I said?
I listened to everything up until you like the last probably minute.
Yeah, I said it looks like funding distribution is like one of the main problems here, that it's getting distributed to richer areas, and that I think getting rid of the Department of Education would make this worse, because if you're now going to private sources of funding, you're basically dooming the lower income areas to never getting enough funding. Whereas with the Department of Education, we could at least, like, if they were coming out and saying, hey, let's change it so that poorer areas are getting a better slice of the pie to bring these kids up, I'd be like, fuck yeah, let's do that, right?
My problem is right now we're just assuming that disrupting and getting rid of the Department of Education just eliminates any help towards the poorer communities at all, and that we're not going to try to redistribute how this funding works in order to help those same communities.
But the poorer areas, if we're talking about private funding, the poorer areas, how are they going to get
I understand what you're
saying.
Through other programs. Maybe the Department of Education just wasn't doing a substantial job, but I do believe in helping the schools. I truly feel like if you want to fix the most impoverished communities, like, it's literally starts with the education system. It truly starts with the schools, I believe. And two of the most socialist ideas that I have, like pretty much some of the only ones, is healthcare and education. Because all you gotta do is, give the best and like non-biased education. Because I do believe the fucking school systems have been kind of infiltrated with political ideology, which is like really distasteful, and how teachers can conduct themselves. I don't believe kids should walk into a classroom and see a trans flag hanging on the wall. I don't care. Like, just put an American flag there and teach history, teach math, teach science, quiz the children, put them in, just a proper school system that we used to have without imposing your own political beliefs on influential children. And aside from all that, I believe that we should be putting funding towards all these school systems and, helping.
Well, I can agree on that.
Helping teach.
We need to pay teachers
really,
better,
like
that's for sure.
The way, sure, it starts with paying teachers better, but it really comes down to just even down to the little things. Like, every time I hear about teachers not being, what's the fucking word? Not like reconcilable. What's the funding word for like being paid back? Compensated. Jesus, thank you. Not being compensated for their own supplies. I always find that ridiculous, dude.
Yeah,
I find
crazy.
that
reimbursed.
It's just crazy to me. Reimbursed. Yeah. Compensated, reimbursed, both of those work. But essentially, not just teacher education, but like when you find out that there's still certain schools to this day, like out in St. Louis, Missouri, and DC areas, which always blows my mind how DC is so ghetto when it's like all the most fucking elite politicians in the world are.
Well, outside DC is not ghetto. DC itself, yeah. But if you go like in the areas, in the counties around DC, those are some of the richest counties in the country.
I know, which is funny, but like right on the outskirts of DC, it's pretty ghetto. But anyway,
like Fairfax, Loudoun, like I used to live in that area. Fairfax, Loudoun, Alexandria, these are all really, really wealthy areas.
I know, dude, but I've been to DC and I don't know what neighborhood I was in, but I can promise you it was a ghetto area.
I know there are definitely ghetto areas. Like I've been to ghetto areas, right? Like because obviously my mom's in DC. When I go to visit, there have been a few times Mom and I have gone to like black restaurants and black neighborhoods to go and eat because they had really good food. And
have some of the best.
Yeah, they were sketch, but it was like also like, you know, like we lived in fucking Haiti, you know what I mean? Like we're not scared, you know.
Well, your comparison is yeah, I mean, dude, that's ridiculous. I'm not calling it ghetto because there's black people there. I'm calling it ghetto because of the higher rate of violence.
No, obviously higher crime areas. Yeah.
Higher crime areas.
Yeah. Disproportionate amounts of funding and attention are given to kids that are emotionally and behaviorally disturbed, who are put into the general population, as it were, like suburban schools, for instance, separate all the learning disabled kids, teach to the test. Their kids aren't necessarily smarter than the inner city kids. Coming from someone who went to both kinds of schools, I was much better served at the suburban schools, honestly. Yeah, but don't the suburban schools have, like, more funding in general? They have better supplies. They have better access to resources. Daniel Liddick, here's the problem. You don't yank something out until you have a replacement. It's great to say you can do something better than the Department of Education, but to just half-ass and wing it without a replacement is an issue. Yes, and I agree. And this is the same reason why they were unable to repeal Obamacare. Because as much as they hated it, they did not have a replacement. And John McCain was not willing to pull that away without having something to replace it with. And that's important. We need to have a replacement. Like, anybody can just cut things left and right. But until, like, we have something that's going to be better, that'll come in its place, like, we probably shouldn't be doing that, right? We should be making sure we have something that's going to step in and do the job when the previous thing that was doing the job isn't there anymore. Because it would be irresponsible not to. Are you playing something, Daniel?
No, I apologize. I was responding to this work text.
Oh, you're good, buddy. Saying some of the problem children in the inner city schools could easily by themselves eat up the entire budget given to a suburban school because it's really difficult to boot them out. Huh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Dude, I mean,
bring
again,
weapons
we're
to
just
school or start brawls in the lunchroom. Interesting. You know, one of these days on this education topic, I should really bring my dad in. He taught in inner city schools in New York.
Whoa! All right, real quick, I hate to interrupt this, Jordan, but dude, I'm looking at the wildest thing. I have this dirty rag in my sink, and I haven't fucking done my dishes now in like 2 weeks. But it's not terrible. But, dude, there is a rag in my sink, and it has a sprout growing out of it.
Bro, you gotta do your dishes.
The fuck is this, dude? This is crazy. Look, I'm gonna take a picture of it.
Wait, dude. Wait, what is it, though? Maybe maybe get some, like, you know, some basil or oregano or something.
All right, let me take a picture of this. I swear to you, I'm gonna take a picture and then a video. Real quick.
But yeah, what I was saying is I should bring my dad in on one of these education. Yeah, right, Daniel? I should bring my dad in on one of these education topics because, like I said, he was a teacher in inner city schools. He has a doctorate in education. He has very unique ideas about ways to improve education. He's generally against standardization, and he also does not want to see the Department of Education shut down. So I think he would have some very interesting ideas about how to fix this, and PhD in education from the Teachers College at Columbia, which is one of the absolute best programs for teaching in the entire world.
Nice.
So I'd love to get his perspective.
Jordan, I just texted you a video of that rag.
Oh boy, was it?
I swear,
in real
like
time?
I mean, you look at it. I swear,
Oh my God.
that just. Are you looking at
Oh my God!
it? Like, isn't that wild?
There's a sprout. There's a sprout on
growing
this
out of that
fucking
dirty
dish
rag.
rag. Jeez.
Yeah, I swear.
The
I
sink
don't.
doesn't even look that bad. Like, you should wash it, but like it doesn't look that bad.
Right, but I haven't touched that rag in a while, and I swear to you, it's fully in the rag. It's not like just a random salad.
Throw the rag away, dude. I'm gonna have to concur with that opinion. You're probably gonna want to throw that rag away and get a new one.
Or just bleach it. Oh,
or
it's
just
like fully in it. No, is that not what you guys do? See, that's what I'm saying. That's how I was raised. Just bleach it. Let it sit and bleach for an hour. It's fine. Don't throw the rag away.
I mean, kill everything on it.
I've used sponges. You know, that's
we have Amazon now. We live in a world with Amazon now. Okay, you can buy a cheap ass rag for like 10. You can buy like 4 rags for like $10. Leave it there for a red flag for your next date. Oh my goodness.
That's a good response. Who said that?
I feel so tired.
Oh, that's funny. That's a great one. Yeah, dude, that's funny, dude. I didn't even know that. I don't even understand how that happens. It's just been probably a disgusting moist rag, and a fucking seed or something flew in there. It's weird. Because it makes perfect sense. If like just the tiniest little seed, like an accidental seed, just fell into my moist, dirty dish rag for a month or less, that makes perfect sense. It's a pretty slimy feeling dish rag too. It's obviously pretty dirty.
It's a symbiote. Ooh, it's venom.
Did you like Venom 3? I just tried to watch it for the first time. I was not feeling it. I couldn't even finish it.
I watched it, but it wasn't like... I was like, oh, how's this going to tie into the MCU? That's what I was excited for, and I was...
That's what everyone was...
Yeah, I was pretty disappointed.
Yeah. Did you watch Captain America 4?
Not yet.
Yeah, see, me neither. I don't know how I feel about that either. And I know everybody's trying to make it a white and black thing. But
I don't hear about that. I've heard it was okay. And that's kind of what I expected for it because of like where we are in the saga. That's kind of what I expected to get out of it, right?
Yeah.
Just like okay.
You saw it, Candy? You said you saw it?
Yep.
I don't want to hear anything.
No spoilers, but how'd you feel about it?
I'm gonna tell you the whole storyline. Hold on. It's not one of their better.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. Well, I had a super hype around like Ant-Man 3 and Doctor Strange 2. I was super hyped for those ones, and now I have little hope for the Marvel movies. But the ones that I did like post Endgame so far have been like Spider-Man 3 No Way Home and Guardians of the Galaxy. Those were like the only. Those were great. Those were very well done. Shang-Chi was incredible. I love Shang-Chi.
Oh yeah. Shang-Chi
was great.
I don't think it is given enough credit because that movie was fucking good.
Yeah, that's a really.
Did you like the last? Wait.
But there's been a lot of Marvel content that's come out for only like those few to be the good ones. Revered as good. You know?
Loki was really good.
Which one?
Loki.
The last one.
Oh yeah, the Loki series was good. I liked the first one. The second one was kind of slow for me, but then the ending was great. Like the ending of season 2 was really great.
What else was good?
Did you like Spider-Man 3?
Loved it. I said Spider-Man 3 and Guardians.
Incredible.
3. Yeah. Those two were incredible. Guardians 3 as well. That's the best one.
Actually, one of their best ones.
Yeah, because the Rocket storyline. No. That was amazing. Spider-Man 3? No.
No? You didn't like No Way Home?
No Way Home was awesome.
I did not like the storyline.
Let me tell you something, Daniel. Candy has terrible opinions on what is good and not good. Just so you know.
I'm well aware. I'm just kidding.
We disagree on a lot.
Yeah,
I love No Way Home. I thought
anything that I disagree on him on is it's like, oh, you don't know what the movie is.
Yeah, of course, so because I know everything.
I can explain to you, Danny, why I don't like it.
Okay.
So Okay, there was good parts of it. I thought the meeting of the three Spider-Mans was cool, and that's it. That's to me where it
Wow.
died. The whole premise that Doctor Strange would actually go ahead and try to erase the memories of Doctor Strange is very
I get this
careful.
argument. I do get this
Right.
argument. He's
He's
literally a
very
genius, and he's
careful
the
of what
sorcerer
you
supreme. And so for him to make such a stupid mistake and not like think out or even explain to the kid like what this means,
yeah.
like it is actually, but it's very
That
cartoon
and
comic
then
book vibe, and it was still fun. It's like how there could have been maybe more thought behind the story of how you bring in the other Spider-Man and how you make him multiverse, and you could have used Doctor Strange. But I do
So
agree with this a
y'all
little
aren't
bit.
even seeing the biggest problem
and then
with that.
also
You guys aren't even
I
seeing the
but
biggest problem with the storyline, okay?
okay.
What if he just
No,
told him
and
to
then
make
also I have an
everybody in the
issue with
world forget the Mysterio video?
Right, that's
That would have
even
solved
bigger.
it.
Like
That would have solved it.
that
It
would
would have
solve
solved it for
everything.
everything. Everyone who knew he was
Specifically,
Spider-Man from before would
and
still
then
know
and
he
then
was Spider-Man from before.
and then here's the other problem. Here's the other problem with this. They're literally like,
Yes, it
aside
does. I
from
feel so bad.
Iron Man and Hulk, Spider-Man, and Doctor Strange. Those are like some of the smartest people on fucking Earth, and they're all superheroes. Why is it that when Spider-Man gets with Doctor Strange, they're like, it's like watching fucking a couple of Three Stooges. You know what I
Okay.
mean? It just
And
feels
all
like
of that being
like
said, all of the plot holes and everything being said, it's still one
the
of the best
movie itself
movies
was
in the
amazing.
MCU.
Yeah, that's my point. It's just such a good
your opinion.
movie. Like
Yeah.
it's so well done.
That's your
The fight
opinion.
scenes are incredible. The emotional acting,
That's
like in
most
between,
people's
like bringing
opinion.
back, bringing back fucking what's homie's name? Green Goblin. What's his acting name?
Willem Dafoe.
Willem Dafoe, man. He did better in that movie reprising the role than he did in the OG. Like it was a good movie. Like I thought
Why
he
didn't
did
they
a
use the
great
gauntlet
job.
to kill everyone who'd see the video? Because that would literally be everyone on Earth, bro.
Also I didn't
Such a good movie.
it
Go ahead.
was again not a fan of the movie because of that. And then again, I do
Because
like
of
some
that?
aspect of it. And
That's
then also I didn't like Shush. And because I didn't like the whole the current Spider-Man kept trying to like fix the old villains. They're villains. You know, they're there.
Yeah. But he's a kid. You
No,
believe in
that's
the
a
goodness
very
of humanity.
one-dimensional way of looking at things. Sandman, for example, is like
This is
has
true.
a whole
He
story.
became a
Like
good man.
like they all
Oh,
have
yeah,
their
that's
own
right.
stories that are
I'm
like
aware.
not just like, oh, he's just this one-dimensional bad guy with no redeeming qualities.
Well, one of the biggest parts about that movie is none of the people who were brought back were one-dimensional bad guys. They all kind
Yeah,
of had a good guy moment in even the
Doc
original
Ock
movie.
is like was like a good guy before
All
he
of them.
turned into Doc Ock. You know,
Jamie
like he
Foxx
was a really good
was,
guy. Yeah,
the Lizard was. They all are. They're literally
yeah,
all good people. Other than, no, literally all of them. And then Norman
yeah.
Bates, or is that his name?
Norman Bates.
I almost said Norman Bates. Osborn. Osborn. Fucking.
Daniel says Sandman versus Anakin Skywalker. Hear me out. He hates sand though, dude. He hates it.
Yeah, but
I'm well aware of Sandman's backstory, and I'm well aware of Dr. Octopus' backstory. I'm just saying, his, fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, kind of premise that
Where does
he
that?
was trying a little too hard to kind of keep trying to rehabilitate these people who are known to be.
No, they weren't known. They weren't even in his universe. He didn't know anything about them.
That was the other part. Is he just thought he
but
was
he was
killing,
told,
mentally ill people.
He was told almost nothing about it. And then the other Spider-Men come in, and they knew all of these people, like most of them personally. And they're like, what? We have a chance to fix all of them so they don't die?
Right, because they knew them before they became villains.
Yeah.
They were friends with them in almost every circumstance, other than like Sandman. But even then, Sandman saved them at the end.
Explain it to me.
So, No, it was great. That part was great.
I didn't think.
I like that part of the storyline.
It was like the.
Now, I agree with you, Candy, on is Spider-Man, Peter Parker, like genius Peter Parker, and Doctor Strange just fucking up the universe. That was a retarded.
Yeah, but then you don't have a movie.
That one
it's the same thing with my.
That's
with
a movie.
my
That's
thing that
Hollywood
I said.
movie shit.
Like you know, like the thing that I said. If he had just told everyone to forget the Mysterio video, we wouldn't have had the movie. Right? That's the problem with it.
100%.
No, but because also because Doctor Strange is always so careful in what you can change or what.
Yeah, this man can see 14 million futures, but he didn't see that coming. Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Well, no, he doesn't have the time stone anymore. Remember, the time stone is gone.
Whatever.
What do you mean? The only reason he saw the futures is because he used the time stone.
You can argue, Jordan. You can't.
Yeah. No,
am I wrong?
There is no argument.
Am I wrong?
I mean,
there is no argument. You could lay out the best argument, and it still wouldn't.
I'll tell you right now, he's already. I'm sure he's got another book, Jordan. He could have used. He didn't just need the time stone. He had it on his person.
What?
But, you know, there's plenty of things he could have done to figure out if that was going to go well or not. You know, more than a 10-second conversation. All right, let's go ahead and just change the whole universe.
Because he's very careful. He's always saying like we can't go around just changing things, right?
The whole point of a villain backstory is to obliterate all the morally complex humanity of the bad guys. They're tuna. They're tuna. Yellowfin tuna.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry I pay attention to in-universe rules. I understand that's difficult for you, Candy.
What did you think of... Oh, please stop. What did you think of the Doctor Strange movie?
Yeah, I said it already. Multiverse sucked.
Yeah.
Doctor Strange 1.
You didn't like that one?
Not good. No.
What did you not like about it?
Cheesy dialogue.
It's Sam Raimi. That's his. That's like literally his style. Have you ever seen like Evil Dead?
Yeah, bro. I've seen what's that hell movie? Drag Me to Hell. Yeah, dude. I know Sam Raimi.
So then, what are you talking about? He had that same fucking cheesy dialogue in the fucking Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies.
Oh god,
Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies.
Go back and watch them again. I'm telling you.
It's like his big magnum opus. But ultimately, it wasn't just that. I thought the CGI was bad. I thought there's so many like different reasons why Multiverse of Madness wasn't good. I thought the acting at some point was bad. I kind of remember just falling into like, why does this feel like this isn't even like this felt like a rushed day? Like it just doesn't feel like good acting. Like there was like multiple things, and I was like, oh, this is an all around bad movie. And then felt the same way about Ant-Man 3. Like at first I was looking.
No, I love Ant-Man.
Okay, do you see what I mean?
I didn't like Ant-Man 3. And then but out of all of them, the best one was Guardians 3. I don't know what it is, but Guardians 3 just kind of nailed it. Yeah. Like that's why I feel safe with James Gunn taking over DC. Okay. We'll see how he does.
Early screenings of Superman are mixed, apparently.
Can I say something though? Guardians 3 was really good, except for Gamora being a complete bitch.
What do you mean? That's not the same Gamora.
No, she's not. When
she is the same Gamora.
No,
she is the same Gamora. But when they first met the first time, she was already on her way to changing. She was trying to get the thing to stop Thanos. At this point, Thanos has already been stopped. So
yeah, but the whole reason she does fall in love with Chris Pratt is because she watches. She was a bitch the whole first movie, and then she watches him sacrifice him. Yeah, and then he sacrifices himself, and she then he does it a couple times. So I do understand why she doesn't love him right away, because she doesn't have the experiences.
And she was like a cold bitch before then.
Yeah.
She was, but not like this. Like,
what do you mean not like this? Absolutely, she was.
But now her dad's dead. So no, I agree. She wasn't either. But now her dad's been murdered and she's been brought into the future, so she has like more of a reason to be a different colder bitch than she was before.
At
She
this
kind of
point,
warmed up.
she's been she's left. She's been running with like the fucking Ravagers or something at that point, right? Yeah,
the Ravagers, yeah.
But when she met him at the first Guardians of the Galaxy movie, she was already on her way to changing. She wanted to stop Thanos. You understand what I'm saying? So she wasn't the hardcore.
Yeah, but no, you got a good point. But you also got to remember that this technically is before even then.
She
like the Gamora that comes into the future is actually a few years before the first Guardians.
Yeah, and she had wanted to. She was pissed off at Thanos for a long time.
For Guardians?
Yeah, the Gamora that gets brought back in Endgame is actually before.
Yeah, she's from 2014.
The first Guardians.
No, she's from 2014.
No, I thought she was from 2012.
No, 2014.
Oh no, you're right. You're right. 2014. You're right.
Yeah, but right.
So this is before she's still doing shit for Thanos, but like secretly she hates him. Like.
Right, and then when she first met Star-Lord, she was after the orb because she was trying to stop him. So she was already in a place where she was transitioning to being good.
No, she was getting the orb for Thanos.
She was trying to get it so that he wouldn't get it.
In Guardians 1.
Yes. She was trying to get the orb so that he wouldn't get it. Because she knew what he was up to. She knew at that point what he was
Okay, so yes, she was angry at Thanos by then. But she was still like Gamora now. Like pissed off Gamora.
Yeah.
Gamora in one was still willing to work with the other people because remember.
Yeah, but she was also ready to work with them in Guardians 3. That's why she did. She did work with them in Guardians 3.
She didn't want to work. She only was there because Nebula offered her money.
Yeah, but that's like the same in the first one. It was all about money as well.
I mean, at this point, Thanos, you know what I mean? If you were already in the transition of changing, going to the good side, basically.
Nah, story arc wise, it all makes sense. I disagree.
You think so?
100%. Because Gamora is like, this is the Gamora that didn't meet Chris Pratt, that didn't have her life sacrificed. Like, he literally does things. You gotta rewatch the first movie. He does things that changes her. Then by the Endgame movie, they bring back a Gamora that never experienced all that change, and then her dad's dead right away. That was like her whole motivator. So if the dad's dead right away, she doesn't have that motivation to be a better person anymore to stop him. So she just joins the Ravagers. So she stays a cold-hearted bitch. That's perfect story arc wise.
No, I don't think it was. I think it was.
I think it makes perfect sense. She never had the thing that softened her.
Yeah, exactly. She just never had the thing that softened her. So I think it makes.
She never had the family that she gained with the Guardians, right? That was the whole thing.
The whole thing was that she was there out of like, she wasn't really this person. She was just doing it to survive.
No, she was just wanted to kill her dad.
Wasn't that at all?
She just wanted. Yeah, I disagree too. Mora is a cold-hearted bitch. That was how she always was.
No, he wasn't there. She was there. She even told Nebula, everything I did, I didn't want to hurt you. I just did it because I was either you or me. I was trying to survive.
Right, which made her a cold-hearted bitch.
And she hated. No. No. Because she said that to her. Like, she basically said, this is, I didn't do this because I wanted to hurt you.
Yeah, like, I think you're tripping on this one.
No, I'm not tripping.
You're tripping hard.
I think, no, because she was already in the process of changing, and she was not.
No, just because she was in the process of betraying Thanos doesn't mean that she was like,
exactly.
Oh, I'm like
betraying
a good
her
person.
dad and killing her dad. Yeah.
Yeah.
She was still an assassin.
No, she was not. Right, but she was taking steps to stop him. At this point, he's already gone. Yeah. So why would she go to be the whole premise of her was that she was who she was because Thanos made her. Because it was either her doing what he asked her to do or end up like Nebula. And this was made clear by her.
Okay, but that doesn't mean she's like, okay, I'm a good person, and that she wasn't still, like, shitty to people.
Yeah, it does.
How?
Okay, there's a difference. Come on. Just don't be... Listen, there's a difference between being mean to people because you're mean or being forced to be.
Do you think a person who has been, like, forced to be that way for so long just changes right away as soon as they're out of that? Or do you think maybe that becomes part of their personality and it takes them a while to, like, become a different type of person?
No, they become the person.
No, they just, okay, as soon as they leave, they're just like, oh, I'm perfect. None of my old habits are staying around. I'm a totally different person right away. That doesn't make any sense. That's not how people work.
It does make sense because she was already in that place where she never liked Thanos. She hated him.
Okay.
She hated everything.
That doesn't mean her personality is just going to instantly change on a whim.
Right.
Personality changed because she never wanted to be that person.
Her personality changed because Chris Pratt saved or sacrificed.
So do you think? I'm sorry. Do you think she's been living her entire life acting?
Acting. She has conversations with Nebula. And she comes to her. And
Nebula doesn't change around until Guardians 2. It was first started with the Guardians. So Nebula was still evil at the start of the second movie. It's only Gamora who changes in the first movie.
Don't you think
and
that
then Nebula changes in the second
being
movie.
that way for a really long time might build up
Nebula has
and make you a hardened person?
Gamora explains to Nebula why this was like that. And there's you guys gotta watch Guardians 1 again.
Man, you need to watch Guardians 1 again.
You're tripping.
I've seen that movie a lot. I'm telling you. You gotta watch it again.
Me too.
Yeah,
she was not the person she was meant to be. She was being that way.
It's the Guardians.
She betrays them.
That's how
constantly.
and she always talks about, like, I found my family. My family, right? That's the whole thing.
Yeah,
is
that's
that
the whole
being
concept.
around her new family
only softens up because
is what
she found the
changed her.
Guardian.
Yeah.
And then Nebula joins them. Yeah, 100%.
No.
Yeah.
What do you mean no?
You need to rewatch the movie.
You're just saying no. You don't have any rebuttal. You're just saying no.
Why would you, a person who hates their father because he's a fucking murderous son of a bitch, go ahead? I hate my father.
He's a genocide, not just a murderer. You're making it sound like he's just a murderer. He's a full-on genocide.
So tell me this, Candy. Does saying that you and recognizing that you hate your father suddenly mean that, oh, my entire personality is going to change like that? Do you know anybody ever who has ever acted that way? Or does it take time for somebody to change?
My guy. Her change was already happening. Her change was already happening at the time when they met. She was trying to stop what this
but
guy
that doesn't mean
was
she wasn't still the same hardened person. Just because she was trying to get away from Thanos doesn't mean that her personality has suddenly changed. That's not how people work.
No, which is it doesn't make sense. You wouldn't.
How does that not make sense? That makes sense. What you're saying doesn't make sense.
It doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't make sense.
Chat.
You're gonna say if you're a person,
this is why SleepyJoe won the argument. This is why SleepyJoe won the argument. SleepyJoe won that argument.
Chat.
If you're a person,
what is more regular for a person to change right away or to take time to change?
Okay, so you're telling me, that a person who's been held against her will, trained to be assassin, doesn't want to be there, is fighting to go against her own father, would all of a sudden be like, Oh yeah, well my dad has now died, so I'm just gonna stay where I'm at and not do anything and be an evil
Yeah,
bitch.
100%. That makes perfect
No,
sense.
no, because already she's
No, but
expressing
neither
that
of those
desire to
characterizations are
not be
accurate.
that person.
Neither of those characterizations are accurate to what we're saying. What we're saying
Accurate.
is that
He's
you don't
already
change right
expressing-
away. It takes
he's
time to
already
change. And for
expressing
somebody
her
who's now
desire
with the Ravagers,
to get
who
away
are
from
hardened
her
people,
father, which
who
is
kill
evil
people,
son of a bitch.
dude, she's with the Ravagers. For God's sake. You think the Ravagers are like giving each other fucking hugs or something?
They're all pirates. They're literally
Which
space
is
pirates.
why it does
So she
not
became a
make
pirate.
sense to me. That's exactly
Well, why would it not make
why
sense
it
that
doesn't
she
make
wouldn't
sense to
become
me.
she was already an
Because she's with the
assassin.
Ravagers. That
We're
doesn't
not
make
saying
a
we're not saying
murderer.
she's like some evil person or anything. We're just saying she's not like she hasn't had the experience with the Guardians that gave her that sense of family and love that she didn't have.
Exactly.
She's with the Ravagers, who are all about like pirating and stealing and all of that shit. That's where she was.
That's where she's at now. Makes
He
perfect sense.
didn't
because
die,
she
and
doesn't
then
know
she goes
Fitz
like,
or
"Oh, I'm
any of
a
that shit.
lovey-dovey
She
fucking
just wanted
teddy
to kill her
bear."
dad. She kills her dad, and then she goes, "I don't know who this fucking guy is." I
Yeah,
have
you
no
think
reason to
someone
go
who
with him
kills
and
their
shit.
dad suddenly goes, "Now I'm going to be a sweet and loving person"?
What I'm saying is, you don't leave an abusive relationship and complain about, I want to leave this abusive relationship. I don't agree with what they're doing, to then go to another abusive.
Okay, I have a question.
Actually, that's actually what all women do. That's a complete fucking lie. That's a complete fucking lie. That's exactly what all of them do. That's insane.
Yes, they do. This is like a huge thing. This is like a problem that people have. People end up in abusive relationships after being in abusive relationships because they can't like work it out. That's like a super thing that happens.
Insane.
And like not only that, they're often attracted to that again because they're stuck in these like these feelings that they can't get rid of yet.
Jordan,
They can't grow out.
I love how you proved our point better than me and Jordan could even prove our own point.
Guess what? I was in an abusive relationship, and I got away from that.
Okay, but you realize and that's amazing, but you
Wait,
realize that that's an
Shut up.
exception, right?
In my perspective, person who's abused doesn't want to return to that.
If you get, hang on,
ignoring all the you return to that all
hang on.
Like, you know
if you get out of it and you go through the work that you need to do to get yourself to that better place, yes, I agree. But it's not like for most people, maybe not for you, maybe not for you, but for most people, it's not something that. Dude, I have friends. I have friends who were in abusive relationships years ago,
That's hilarious.
and they still have trouble getting into better relationships today.
Yeah, okay.
It's patterns. A lot of people have patterns, dude. Like I said, I have friends who were in abusive relationships years ago, and they still are dealing with like PTSD and shit from it. You are an exception, and I'm glad you're an exception because that's obviously very good for you, and I'm happy for you. But like most people are not like that. Most people, it takes a long time for them to get over the abusive relationship. Most people, they will fall back into that because it's what they know, not because they're thinking, oh, this is good or it's bad for me. Is because they get stuck in these loops and these patterns, and they make these bad decisions, and they don't know how to make these better decisions for themselves. And it's not their fault. They need help. But
it is their fault. But yeah, go ahead, keep going.
Well,
I'm sorry.
I disagree with that. But yeah,
I think making the same mistake 2 or 3 times is no longer a mistake. That's a strong belief of mine. But go ahead.
I disagree. I think people don't always understand why they're doing things, and sometimes it's for that, sometimes it's not. Sometimes, it's like, they made a choice that was bad, but they don't always see why they're making a bad choice, or that they are making a bad choice when they're making it, right?
Andy, how can... sorry, I was...
Go ahead. Go ahead, I gotta catch these two now. Keep going.
I'm like shocked. Like, how do you not know that, like, that's a very common practice that people always return to abusive relationships the same way they say like 9 out of 10 pedophiles arrested and put in jail go back to reoffending. Like, that's like a very well-known statistic.
Well, let's not compare those two things.
No. I'm just saying though, like, you know what I mean? But it's both are true. Like,
oh my god.
But yeah, all right. I'm gonna get going. Love you both. Love you, Candy. You know, I hope you have a good night. Love you, Jordan. Have a great night, bro. Peace.
All right, you take care, buddy. Hey, Candy.
Yeah, but I disagree, especially when the person is already expressing an interest in leaving that relationship.
Okay.
And that right there says that person is looking for a different path.
Yeah,
that
I
they're
agree.
not.
I agree, but that doesn't mean it's the way that you're thinking it is. A different path can mean a lot of different things for people.
I think it's very clear. If you're like, if you're,
I don't think so. I don't think I've ever talked to somebody.
What different path could it be if you're in a abusive relationship? What different path can you choose other than leaving that relationship? There is no other path.
Yeah, okay. You can stay in that relationship is one thing. Or you can leave that relationship and end up in another one that's abusive in a different way. Or isn't healthy for you in a different way. But when the person is
already expressing an interest in wanting to leave that or get away from that, at that point it changes.
No,
it changes.
I think you're projecting your own experience onto other people, and your experience is valid to you, and I'm glad that it happened that way. But your experience is actually an exception and not the rule.
I don't think it is.
I've known a lot of people who have been through shit, and
because you're looking at it from an angle that I'm not looking at it. I'm looking at it from once the person in her mind has decided, I want to get away from this or change. They've made the decision already.
Okay, and that's fine, and they've made that decision. But that's not, you're also implying all of these other decisions that you're saying necessarily come along with it. And that one decision doesn't necessarily mean these other decisions that you're saying they will also have come along with that decision. Like, you're saying that because she decided to leave, that she is now committing to an entire change of her personality and how she operates. And I don't think you can demonstrate that that's necessarily going to happen with anybody.
Yeah, the first step is making that hard. The hardest decision is making that decision. The hardest part.
Okay.
Is making that decision.
I'm sorry. It's just people
do I want to not stay? Do I want to give that person a second chance? Do I not? There's a lot involved in that.
Yeah, but people don't. That's other big decisions. Changing your personality.
Okay, I've had enough. I'm out of here. Then at that point, you're ready to change your personality. You're changing because the change doesn't happen instantaneously. It happens over time as you keep saying, okay, I'll forgive him this time.
Okay, that's true, but like you're also assuming that change encompassed all of these other things that it didn't necessarily need to encompass in order to make that change. And that's where the problem is you're jumping to, because she decided to change this one thing, that means she necessarily is changing all of those other things. I don't think you're demonstrating that.
She had decided already that she wanted to go against her father. That she wanted to change.
That's one thing.
Who she has been.
Nope. You are now assuming something. You are assuming that because she wanted to leave her father, she also said, I'm going to change who I am. But there's no evidence to demonstrate that that's what she was thinking when she was doing it.
She didn't agree with what he was doing.
She cannot agree with what he's doing and still want to be who she is. What does that have to do with anything?
It does have everything to do with it.
Explain. Connect those two things. If you disagree
with the person. Okay, this person is a murderer. My dad is a murderer. Okay, I disagree with what he's
My
doing.
dad is a murderer. I disagree with what
he.
he's doing. I better leave him and change my entire personality. How do those two things link? How does the leaving him and changing my entire personality link?
The reason it seemed like is like, well, all of a sudden she just decided. No, I think that decision came over time.
Okay, that's fine, but you still haven't made the argument. You still haven't made the argument that A necessarily means B.
This all ripple to her. And it's stuff that she doesn't agree with.
You're making an assumption, dude.
Because it's either go along with it or she ends up getting, becoming Nebula with parts of her body taken away. And she says that.
You're still making an assumption.
It's not. She says it.
She says, I'm going to change who I am. I'm going to change everything about myself and become a loving family person.
Stop dying on that hill. Stop dying
That's
on that
literally
hill.
the whole point of this argument. That's literally the whole point of this argument. No. Let me remind you. Let me remind you. The reason we started this conversation in the beginning. You said. She was
already in the process of changing.
You said.
She was already decided. I don't want to be this person. I don't agree.
She said, I don't want to be around my father or part of his plan. She did not say, I don't want to be this person.
This is a change within her. If she was okay with it, if she was that evil person, she wouldn't even get in this way. She would have just gotten the orb and given it back to him and be like, here, because I'm on your side. If that's who she was.
You are taking. No, you're taking. First of all, evil is implying a whole bunch of things that nobody's saying. You are taking this.
If she was that person, she would have not gotten in Thanos' way.
You said,
okay, you know what? I'm gonna do this.
You're saying the word evil. Nobody talked about evil. You said, why was she a bitch in Guardians 3? And we said, because that's who she was and she hadn't changed. Being in Guardians 3, working with the Ravagers. Yes! You said you had a problem with her being a bitch in Guardians 3. And now you're saying evil, and nobody said evil. So what did you say then? Go ahead, what did you say?
I said she was a little more hardcore bitch than she normally is.
That's not what you said.
Oh my God. See, y'all hear what you want to hear, and then you tell me that I'm saying something that I'm not saying.
You said that was problematic. You said it was problematic, that she was such a bitch.
More hardcore bitch than she normally was.
And that's a problem for you because what?
Because at that point, when she had, oh my God, I want to start from the beginning again.
Yeah, start from the beginning. Go ahead. By the way, you're changing your argument, but go ahead.
Of changing. So I didn't expect it to be, it's peachy, it's beautiful, but at least be the Gamora from the first movie.
No, and none of the things we said made any sense. None of the going and working with the Ravagers, who are pretty ruthless, you don't think had any effect on her? And I don't know about more hardcore. I don't think so. I think she was about the same hardcore. I don't know if I would say more.
She was more bitchy than normal. She was more, just her whole, oh my God. When she first met the guys that she was the Guardians of the Galaxy with, she was bitchy, but she was willing to work with them. She wasn't, the whole time she's like being so hostile. Like,
yeah, because she needed to. And then now she's been working with the Ravagers. She's obviously Star-Lord has been pestering her because she's like, they allude to it. And so she's hostile towards him. She hasn't had the same memories or experiences that softened her to him. And all she's had is like, this fucking dinky guy has been annoying the shit out of me.
I think they just made it too hardcore angry. That's all.
Okay, well, I disagree.
You can disagree all you want. She wasn't she wasn't that way in the first movie. She was bitchy, even though he was still annoying and he would get on her nerve all the time with all the stupid shit he used to say. But she wasn't.
Yeah, but between Endgame and Volume 3, there's like time that went by that we didn't see them, where he's like trying to get up on her and she's like, fuck you, no way.
No, the only reason why she went there is because Nebula offered her money. The only reason why she was there, she was gonna help them get into that other place.
Yes, I'm saying in between Endgame and Volume 3, there's this whole space of time that we don't see, where we can tell by the dialogue in Volume 3 that he's been trying to hit on her and shit.
So we're okay. There's a hypothetical in there that we don't know about. Okay, I get it.
No. The dialogue in Volume 3 directly alludes to this. That he has been trying to hit her up and shit.
That's not true, because at one point
That's pretty true.
She looks at Nebula in 3 and says, "Really, I was with this guy." Like,
that was in Endgame. That was in Endgame, not in 3.
I have to. I've seen the movie so many times.
Yeah. So that moment is in Endgame where they're in that big battle.
No, I don't disagree that 3 was the best one. I think 3 was by far the best movie out of all of them.
Okay. I honestly think you're judging that one thing wrong, but
the Christmas special. Did you see that one?
Yes.
That one was so fun too.
It was
good.
My favorite is I like 3 a lot, but my favorite is actually probably 2, which I know is a lot of people's least favorite of the 3.
The ending of 3 was kind of, I don't know if a dog and stuff could be like the new Guardians of the Galaxy, but
Cosmo?
It tells yeah.
Come on! Cosmo is like a huge character in the comics, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, in the comics, I don't follow the comics.
But I like 2 a lot because of the whole Yondu thing. It gets me every time. I always tear up.
Yeah. But 2 was I don't know. 3, I don't know about the ending. Like the people they chose to be the new Guardians, but it's sad that. I mean the whole story about Rocket.
I don't know. 2 just makes me think about how much I love my dad. You know? It's got the whole dad thing.
In 3, Rocket finds out that he's a raccoon.
Yeah. Finally.
That's so crazy. That whole story is how they were experimenting in splicing animals with robotics and other animals, and oh my god, it was crazy.
Yep. It is crazy. It's cray.
It was crazy. And there's people like that who justify what they do, in the interest of science, and that's crazy. Lila.
Yeah.
Poor Lila.
That's sad. Yeah.
It was Lila, Floor, in what was
Toofs. Or
What was
Teefs.
it? Teeth. And Rocket liked Rocket, so
Yeah. It's sad. It's a sad story.
he's a good character.
Also, the first F-bomb in the MCU.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Rocket's such a good character.
Alright, here we go. Sushi time. Sushi time! And then I'm gonna go after this round.
I was, maybe I just don't like the idea that they kind of all went on their own way. You know what I mean? I kind of.
I know it's sad, but like
wish
that's
that
the thing about life, right? Things end and they are fleeting. Nothing lasts forever, except for diamonds.
Do diamonds last forever?
No. Not in, like, the literal sense.
I don't think, right? In the literal sense. Even diamonds wear out, right?
Yeah, eventually. Well, no, eventually they'll get fucked up by entropy and either turned into something else or some other shit.
So, what do you think about the people getting rehired back to their jobs?
I mean, we kind of knew it was going to happen.
You thought?
Yeah.
I didn't think so.
Well, this is why. This is
I
why I say the things I say.
No. The difference between you and me is that I'm willing to say, yeah, I think this is what's going. Hey, I was wrong about it. You don't like being wrong.
I don't like being wrong, but if I am straight up wrong about something, I will say so. But that's why I say things a particular way. I say things a particular way because hang on. Yeah, because being right to me, because giving an accurate estimation is more important to me than making a shot in the dark and being right. I'd rather be accurate. I'd rather be accurate than impressive. No, first of all, no one likes being wrong, but also I want to be known as somebody who gives out good information.
Okay.
Do you think people would watch me if I'm just wrong about everything all the time?
It's not being wrong. What you're saying is, yeah, you just giving your opinion on where you think something's headed. You know what I mean? Or where you think
my opinion is measured and well thought out, as it should be.
Right, because you don't like being wrong. That's at the end of the day, that's what it comes.
No, hang on. Do you think we should not care? Do you think we should not care about being wrong and just say whatever comes right into our head? Or do you think it's important to think about what you're saying and make an accurate determination of something?
I think it's okay to say what you think at the time.
Okay, and what I tell you is what I think.
No, what you say is, I'm not going to say that because I don't like being wrong, and that's what it comes. And you don't like being wrong.
I'm sorry. This is a really bad tactic. This is a really bad tactic. I love that you're arguing that we should be wrong more often. No, I'm going to be accurate. I'm going to be accurate.
The argument. Own it. That's not the argument.
No, I'm sorry. You're just trying to feel superior because you don't like that I jump to I don't jump to conclusions about things.
How can I put my position be I'm superior when I'm saying I'm wrong?
Because you don't because it doesn't feel good to know that I'm approaching this the right way and everything about it is you jumping the gun.
It's not that it doesn't feel good. Listen. Own it.
Own what?
Own it. I think this way.
There's nothing to own.
Because I don't like being wrong.
Nobody likes being wrong. Do you like being wrong? Do you enjoy being wrong?
Because I'm okay with being wrong.
Not liking being wrong is not the same as not being okay with being wrong. I would rather be accurate than jump to conclusions and be like a predictor. Because I think you're incorrect.
That's fine. You don't have to own it. Don't own it.
Dude, you're projecting.
Okay.
You are projecting right now.
I'm not projecting.
Yes.
I'm not projecting.
Because the only reason you would dig your heels in on this, the only reason you would dig your heels in on this, the only reason you would dig your heels in on this is if you care that much about being wrong. Because I don't care that much about being wrong. It has nothing to do with being wrong. It has to do with being accurate.
If I cared about not being wrong, why would I present hypotheticals that could potentially be wrong? That's backward.
Okay, well, I'm glad we're making progress.
It's not progress. I always said that. Since you've met me,
I'm not the type of person. It doesn't have to do with being wrong or right.
Oh, I'm not ready to
go that far. I've explained this a million times. So what you're saying is that any person ever who gives an accurate take instead of trying to predict which way it's going to happen only does so because they're afraid of being wrong?
No, just you.
That's ridiculous.
Just you.
Okay, well,
not because they're afraid, and it's not because you're afraid of it. There's no fear there. You just don't like it.
Nobody likes to be wrong. That's not a good argument.
Okay, if you say so.
What, you like to be wrong?
If you say so, I'm okay.
Answer the question. No, I didn't say are you okay with being wrong.
I'm okay with being wrong.
Everyone who's not an idiot, is okay with being wrong.
This is the writing on the wall. This is where I think it's headed. This is where I think it might be going.
That's not what I asked you, Candy. Candy, that's not what I asked you. Do you like being wrong?
I'm okay with being wrong, yes.
Do you like being wrong?
I'm okay with being wrong, yes.
That's not what I asked you. Do you like being wrong? I'm okay with being wrong. Okay, so no, you don't. And I agree, I don't like being wrong. If I'm wrong, I will admit it. But you have a tendency to misrepresent what I say, and that's why I argue with you.
No, I'm not misrepresenting.
Not right now.
I'm telling you, you don't like, and that's fine. You could be like that. I'm just saying.
No. I'm sorry. Stop that. You're trying to point this out. You're trying to point out my more rational. No. You're trying to paint my more rational and honest approach to things in this negative light of not wanting to be wrong, when in reality, I'm doing it because I want to be accurate. And that is a twisting of the reasons why. So no, I'm not going to accept your characterization, and I'm going to be very clear about the fact that why I do this is because I want to be accurate. It doesn't have to do with liking or disliking being wrong. Nobody likes to be wrong. It's about wanting to be accurate. Everybody,
you could learn a little bit about yourself, and people tell you something.
Girl, you're encouraging me to be more haphazard with my takes, with my point of view. Your justification is you don't like being wrong, when you yourself have obviously acknowledged that you don't like being wrong.
Again, you're misinterpreting. I didn't say. I'm just saying that I understand the reasoning behind it.
No, you think you do, but you don't. Mm-hmm. And you're pushing that on me, and you won't accept it when I tell you that's not true, and I'm explaining to you why. I don't know why you feel like you need to do that. I mean, maybe you can explain that to me, but I'm not going to give bad takes because I want to be accurate, and B, because I don't think them. I say what I'm thinking in my head as soon as I think it. And my brain works to be accurate. I think to try to be as accurate as I can. That's just how I think.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, whatever. I don't have anything to add to that. You okay?
Oh yeah. Where would I be?
I don't know. It seemed to matter to you a lot. It seemed to matter to you a lot that I accept that.
It doesn't matter to me. I'm saying that I understand your approach. Okay. And your approach is based on the fact of this, as far as I see it.
Okay.
My approach is more kind of like, willy-nilly, like, I see the writing on the wall. This is, this person has a pattern of doing this. So I think this is where it's going.
Okay.
And yeah, if I was wrong, you were right. I'm saying you're right. I was wrong.
Look, that's fine. I'm not even caring about that right now. I just don't want to mischaracterize myself as somebody who is doing this only because they can't stand to be wrong. I have been wrong about things in my life, and I have admitted it many, many times. The reason I say things the way I do is because I want to be accurate. It's because I don't want to put out information that is inaccurate. I don't want to look like a fool.
Okay. If we're having a conversation, it's not necessarily putting out information. You're not saying, well, this is the facts right now. You know what I mean? Like, we're just having a conversation. Like, oh, okay. What do you think this is?
Yeah, but then I also just don't think in like absolute terms, right? The way I think is like, okay, this is probable, this is less likely, but these are both possibilities. That's how I think.
Because
things are probabilistic in nature.
No, because you would
so things aren't probabilistic in nature?
You put up imaginary scenarios sometimes, just so that you don't have to kind of skew to one side or the other. What if it's this and this and this and this and this? I'm like, yeah, but...
Yeah, and sometimes those scenarios that you think are way out there turned out to be the case. Wait a minute, hang on. So all those times where you made the call and you were incorrect, and the other scenario that I offered up turned out to be correct, that was an imaginary scenario?
No.
Okay, so then what are you talking about?
I'm talking about when you start saying stuff like not just one, you give like 3 or 4 different theories of one thing.
Yeah.
And that's when you start skewing away from anything, and you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but it's not like I'm saying these are all equal. I've made that very clear. We've even talked about this before. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying like, oh, all of these are equally possible. I'll say like, yeah, it seems like it's probably going to be that, but I also could think of this potentially being the situation. If it comes to my head, why wouldn't I say it?
Because you don't like being inaccurate, sorry.
I said, like if it comes in my head, why wouldn't I say it?
Because
I would have to make an active decision to keep that to myself, rather than talk about it.
I'm saying that it comes from a place where, you don't want to be inaccurate, so you could say you put 3 or 4 different scenarios because it could be hypothetically anything, just so that because you don't want to be inaccurate in your assessment.
Yeah, of course. Who wants to be inaccurate?
See? You agree with me.
Do you want to be inaccurate?
When I'm opining on something, I don't necessarily, if I'm telling you something 100%, like, this is, which is hard to do, to say like, this is 100, unless you have the actual facts. Like,
why does it bother you that I come up with alternative theories? Because when we talk about this stuff, you actually get upset that I'm even offering up a different theory than the one that you have offered.
Because the theory that you're offering is
like it makes you angry.
Because it's kind of like Well, I don't know. Maybe it could be these three different things.
Sure. Yeah.
It's like, why can't you just
You
say
haven't offered a reasoning. All you did
don't
was
want
say,
to
okay,
be
it could maybe be
inaccurate.
these things.
You don't want to be inaccurate so
Sure.
badly that you would make up scenarios in which those possible things could be.
They're all plausible. I've never made up a thing that was impossible. Right. I've never said a thing that was impossible.
You absolutely, anything is possible, right?
No. That's not true.
I'll be right back.
Ugh, I have to go.
No.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So
I was wrong. Let's just leave it at that. You were right. I was wrong. The courts held. I'm happy they held. And
well, that wasn't even like a crazy one, right? Like even in the moment you did, like you admitted in the moment too that like yeah, that could happen, right?
A lot of things can happen, but
yeah, but like how are you going to consider it if I'm not bringing up those other options, right?
Cabinet is pro-Trump, that they'll just, and they're firing judges and they're doing all this other stuff. It's you know, I saw it as not likely, but
that's fine.
I was wrong.
And I could see the rationale behind that, right? But like my position was like I've seen a lot of the Roberts and Barrett rulings, and I thought it was more likely that they would side with the liberals.
I'm happy that people are not gonna lose their jobs and they could pay their mortgages and they could pay food and.
Well, we'll see, because it could go to Congress and Congress could say, "Oh, we're going to cut these jobs." So we don't know.
Yeah, but I think if it goes to Congress, Congress is going to use a scalpel. I think you know what I mean. It's going to be better.
I hope so. I'm generally thinking that Congress is more likely to be more specific about things. Yeah.
Yeah. Like people who are not performing or certain things.
But
not just PEI hires or
Trump could be calling them up on the phone and screaming at them too. So like could go either way. You see, that's useful commentary.
You know what I'm saying? But I think they would go because they know they're pissing people off. So they're going to go in and let's look at fraud, waste, and abuse. But let's do it properly. Let's do it in a way that, because Congress had a meeting with Elon. You heard about that, right?
Yes, I know. They're pissed off with him.
They told them, no, you're not going to take our power away. Yeah. So
all right.
At least they're stepping up.
I gotta take the dog out. It's 11 o'clock here. It's probably 2 a.m. there. Time to get off of here. It's been fun. That was fun with you and Sleepy Joe. Everybody, thank you so much for coming on.
Do you have?
Huh?
Do you live? You live in California, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's always hot there, right?
No, I mean, like, it can get kind of chilly, but, like, chilly by our standards is not chilly by New York standards.
My standard,
All right, guys, thank you so much for coming. It was an awesome stream. Lots of people talking in chat. Great interactions. Had so much fun. Hopefully we'll have some more of this Candy and Sleepy Joe stuff. People in Tiny's chat seem to really want to come over and watch that, so maybe we'll.
Yes, I know,
more.
because it's funny. Don't just finish what you're saying and don't leave right away. I'm going to say something real quick.
Okay. Well, go ahead and say that, and then I'll say goodbye afterwards.
Okay. No, what I was going to say, like, yeah, people seem to be interested, because when I came, you were by yourself in here. And like, I was like, wow, you're by yourself? What the hell's going on? And then all of a sudden, when this whole SleepyJoe thing, people started coming over.
Yeah, because everyone was waiting for that. Puggy was supposed to come, but she didn't make it. Ooh. She probably jumped in and saw that you weren't here yet.
King. Who?
Puggy.
Puggy Gups.
Puggy Gups was supposed to come, but yeah, you got to tell her next time. Be like, hey, you missed our thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, next time I see them on chat, I'll say something.
Yeah.
You know.
All right.
Yeah. It was fun seeing all these people come over.
Check out the International Debate League Apple Podcast. Sure.
It's gonna give you more viewers.
Network. I'll check it
out. At one time, you had like 15 people watching. Like.
Yeah, I know. It was fun. But thanks, everybody, for tuning in. It was a great time. I will be back on Monday at the usual time. Everybody have a lovely weekend. Goodbye.